Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ethan Sharn. I'm the chair of the Planning and Priorities Committees. I would like to call today's meeting to order and welcome committee members, trustees, staff, and members of the public. If I may ask all those who are able to stand for the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. Before we approve the agenda, I think this is Trustee Klein's first PPC meeting. Welcome. Okay. Next item is the approval of the agenda. Do we have a mover and a seconder for approval of the agenda? Trustee Williams. Trustee King. Any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you. Trustee, who have had a chance to review the agenda and the recommendations in the agenda, are there any declaration of possible conflict of interest? Hearing none. Move on to the next item. We will be starting with delegations, which is number 4 on the agenda. Delegations allow for the public to address the committees of the board and are designed to ensure that the members of the public can provide information and perspectives to trustees as we navigate the decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior contrary to board's code of conduct, human rights policy, or delegation procedure. We have a number of delegations today. Each delegate was provided with a delegation number. Each of you will have 3 minutes to present your delegation. You will hear a bell when you approach the end of your time. Trustees may choose to ask questions of clarification following a delegation as well. So each trustee will have 3 minutes to do so. That includes the response time from the delegate as well. Please stay put until we move to the next delegate in case any trustees would like to ask any questions to the delegates. Okay, we will move on to the first. We'll move on to the first delegate. Would like to welcome first set of delegations. The first 4 are on the Climate Action Plan. So would like to invite Brian White, community member, to delegate first. It's virtually, so the delegate online. Please press *6 to unmute.
Okay, I think, am I unmuted now?
Yeah, you're unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brianne White. I'm a TDSB parent, as well as a teacher in the York Region District School Board. I'm also the team lead of For Our Kids Toronto, a volunteer group of parents and supporters across the city who are working to advance climate action to protect our children. Today, I have come to say thank you. Thank you to the Sustainability Office, the Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee, and all groups and individuals working to advance climate action in our school board. When the TDSB endorsed the city's climate emergency declaration back in 2019, you sent a message to our youth. We see you, we hear you, and we will not leave you alone in this. Since that time, the TDSB has delivered a climate action plan with robust and broad strategies, including mitigation, adaptation, and education. As a mother, I could not be more grateful. I wholeheartedly endorse the TDSB's 2024-2025 Climate Action Plan and the endeavors outlined in this report. The climate leadership that the TDSB has shown in the education sphere makes me proud to be a TDSB parent. And as a representative for our kids, I know there are many, many parents out there who are cheering your work on and standing in support. In the face of the climate emergency, when so many of our kids are feeling anxious, depressed, and fearful of the future, it is critical that our schools, a place of safety and trust, are rising to the challenge. We need to show our kids that we are not doomed and that there is so much worth fighting for and that there's so much we can do to make things better. For For this reason, it means so much to me that the TDSB is leading by example, working to lower energy consumption in our buildings, implementing electric school buses and cargo vans, and planting a record number of trees. As a teacher, I fully support the increase of opportunities for educators and students to enhance their climate learning and take action. Teachers want to help our students cope with the climate crisis, but we need support to do it. And that is why I was thrilled to see the introduction of a climate camp for educators and increased curriculum supports in the plan. Finally, with increasing extreme heat, I was relieved to see a plan in place for cooling schools. In particular, the fast tracking of green infrastructure like green roofs and tree planting is good for our kids and good for our planet. Let's see more win-win green solutions take hold. Thank you for your continued commitment to climate action. Thank you for not leaving our kids alone in this fight. Your work is so critical, and there are so many of us who stand in support. I urge you to continue this work, to continue implementing more and more ambitious goals, and to continue to lead by example. Let's show our kids that a safe, green future is possible. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Brianne. Any trustees with questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for delegating today. We will now move on to delegate number 2, Ann Curie, Environmental Sustainability Committee Advisory Committee. Sorry, Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee member. Ann? *6 to unmute. I think we heard you. Are you there? Press *6 to unmute. Yeah.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Ann Keary, and I am the community co-chair of the TDSB's Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee, and I'm a parent of 2 former TDSB students. I believe this is my 4th time delegating in support of a TDSB climate action report, and I'm happy to be here again. Looking back to the time I delegated in support of the 2020 climate report, it is impressive to see how far the board has come on action to address the emissions driving climate change. In the 2020 report, the focus was on reducing emissions by upgrading outdated heating systems, upgrading windows, and retrofitting school roofs, all important work with real gains. But now, after implementing a pilot project across 139 schools, the Sustainability Office is able to put forward this ambitious plan before you to reduce emissions across all schools by 20% in the next 7 years, with an estimated cost savings of over $10 million. This is the result of leadership, learning from experience, and ambition, and this is what I see in this report. Staff stepping up to address the harmful emissions driving the climate crisis and continuing the TDSB's record of leadership in this work. And I am particularly happy to see the new plans for making our schools more resilient to the impacts of climate change too, by adding cooling, improving mechanical ventilation, continuing to increase tree canopy coverage in high-need schools, and improve green roofs. This will go a long way to protecting the health and well-being of students and staff on hot days, which are now occurring in June and September. So the truth is, since 2020, the climate crisis has worsened. Last year was the hottest year on record. Emissions from the burning of fossil fuels are continuing to rise, and the frequency of extreme weather events is increasing. Young people are feeling understandably very anxious about the world they are inheriting. In the face of this, it's so important that school boards show leadership to their students and their staff. The choices we make now will have an impact, and our kids seeing us make these choices has an impact. Let's keep on building the momentum for positive change. Looking back, I know that the progress that has been made was the result of lessons learned along the way, and new lessons will be learned from the next stage. I'm looking forward to finding out what those will be. To conclude, I heartily recommend that you accept this report and share it widely as an example to other boards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ann. Trustees, does anyone have any questions? Mr. Williams?
Thank you. Thank you, and through the chair, thank you so much, and for delegating and sharing your experiences and all of your volunteerism that's gone into the Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee. I guess my question of clarification to you, similar to the previous delegate, you made a connection with the anxiety felt by our students as we experience climate change and the impacts. And I just wanted you to maybe clarify like the connection between the impact of the work that we're doing on students, and in particular in the area of extreme heat in our schools. You did mention that during your delegation. So if you could maybe clarify a bit further with regard to the impact. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Williams. Yes, I mean, we know from surveys that students are feeling a high anxiety about climate change. And I think it's well over 70% feel that climate change is affecting their mental health on an everyday basis. And we also know that young people are feeling, frankly, betrayed by their governments for inaction on climate change, which it makes it all the more important that school boards, the face of government closest to students, are taking the action that they're taking. I would love actually to see the work of the board more clearly conveyed perhaps to students so that they do know that their school board is actually a leader across Canada on this work. I love the fact that we now have this climate camp for teachers, and teachers are able to expand their own skills in teaching about climate change and addressing student anxiety as well. And the work to improve cooling is unfortunately becoming really necessary. And so we know that especially in high needs areas where there are urban heat islands, heat is now having a huge impact on our kids and their learning. So all actions that the TDSB can take to address these heat impacts and install cooling will be so much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. That's the end of trustees. Thanks a lot for delegating today.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Heather Hunt. Heather is a TDSB parent member of Clean Indoor Air Toronto. Heather, can you unmute *6 and then you can start. Heather, you're still on mute. Yeah, I think this should be fine.
Hi, sorry about that. Over the past 5 years, we've learned that the air in our shared indoor spaces isn't as clean as we think. Serious infectious diseases like measles and COVID are transmitted through the air, and risk is increased in poorly ventilated spaces. The Ontario Building Code relies on standard 62.1, but is rarely enforced after construction. Compliance is assumed and only checked when someone complains. There are no laws or regulations that enforce acceptable indoor air quality. Many Toronto buildings do not comply with 62.1, and that includes schools and TDSB. The current standard is also outdated because it is not designed to handle the multiple challenges we now face, such as air pollution from climate change-related events, serious airborne infectious diseases, and harmful indoor air pollutants. Taking action to provide clean, safe-to-breathe indoor air aligns with many of TDSB's strategic directions. Clean indoor air is part of an inclusive environment where students, especially those from vulnerable sectors, can safely access learning spaces without risking their health. The TDSB has the power to address this inequity and improve access to clean indoor air. Indoor CO2 concentrations can be used to measure the outdoor air supply rate. The recommended upper limit in an elementary classroom is 900 parts per million. Health Canada's recommended max level is approximately 1,000. Levels above 1,000 indicate inadequate ventilation and poor air quality, and for spaces with mechanical ventilation, levels that routinely peak over 1,000 indicate possible non-compliance with Standard 62.1. In January 2024, TDSB presented a report summarizing ventilation-related investments. A number of claims were made by the board. The board stated that where possible, indoor spaces receive 3 to 6 equivalent air changes per hour, but parents have recorded CO2 levels far surpassing 1,000 and some over 3,000. Despite requirements from the ministry to use MERV 13 filters where possible, the majority of TDSB schools still use MERV 10, even though HVAC engineers have stated that most should be able to take MERV 13s. Other school boards have upgraded. CO2 sensors are installed on new ventilation equipment within the central air handling unit, not inside classrooms. This measures a building-wide average and provides no info about the ventilation rate in each individual classroom. All classrooms have an Austin HEPA, but there is no policy governing the use of these HEPAs. Staff said expectations are that they are being used for 2 hours on high and then switched to medium. Members of our group report that they are turned off or run at the lowest speed. Running the unit on high exceeds upper limits of acceptable background noise. At the lowest setting, it would take 3.5 hours to complete only 1 air change. Parents are relying on this equipment to keep our students safe, but by not ensuring that they are on or measuring the actual air changes, the board is not providing the indoor air quality expected. There are other air purifiers which are quieter, higher CADR, inexpensive filter replacements, and are energy efficient compared to the Austins. Clean air pays for itself. It has been shown that a $1 investment in clean air will pay back 9 times over. I urge the trustees to invest in the well-being of TDSB students and staff and take actions that promote access to clean indoor air and make school buildings more resilient to the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. We have Trustee Lee, the question.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Heather, I'm actually very interested in the topic that you brought up, and it is has been discussed within my community by my constituents as well. I just want to clarify from the work that you have done at the Clean Indoor Air Toronto organization, have you advocated or have spoken to any level of government about funding for public institutions like the school board?
So we have advocated at the Toronto Board of Health as well as the City of Toronto budget meetings in both of those. And as individuals, we're a newer grassroots organization, but as individuals, a lot of us are parents within the TDSB, and we've all advocated to the provincial government and the federal government for funding.
And what was their response?
There hasn't been a lot of response, honestly. It's quite frustrating because this is sort of this is a problem that affects all of us. And our children have the longest lives to live, and so they should be supported with indoor air. The City of Toronto actually has an indoor air quality policy that requires the CO2 rates to be under 1,000. The provincial government, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, upgraded all of their buildings to align with this. They have CO2 monitoring in their buildings. But they neglect to give this to our children and to our staff members.
Okay, thank you. I do encourage you to continue on your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee
you.
McLean. Trustee McLean has a question as well.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Ms. Pun, for the delegation. Can you clarify, towards the end there, you mentioned that a $1 investment equals a return of $9. Could you explain that ratio to me, please?
Yeah, there was a report done by ASHRAE a couple of years ago, and I can send it on to the trustees or to the delegate email address. But it showed different investments in clean indoor air to mitigate infectious diseases, and the savings were, based on health costs, based on absences, and general well-being. So it shows that that yes, there's an investment in this, but we get back much more in health benefits and savings on, all the wages that we're spending on, when the budget was coming out and there was so much overage in supply costs. A lot of that can be, saved with clean indoor air. It means people are less sick, kids are missing less school, there's more continuity in classrooms. So it really would benefit everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm good.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from trustees. So thank you, Heather, for delegating today.
Thank you so much.
The last delegate on this item on climate action plan is Louise Hidinger, community member. Louise, please press *6 to unmute.
Thank you so much.
Please.
Hello, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the climate action plan. I'm a parent of 2 children attending a TDSP school, and I'm a member of Clean Indoor Air Toronto. I'm heartened to see that the plan includes action for climate resiliency and pandemic preparedness. The TDSP has already made some investments in ventilation and air filtration, and I recognize that some of these earlier actions were expedited in order to provide protection against the COVID-19 pandemic. However, these efforts have fallen short of being truly effective. The Austin air purifiers in classrooms are too noisy to be used during class time. They provide relatively low clean air delivery rate and are not energy efficient. Despite installing a building automation system which is meant to reduce energy consumption, only one CO2 sensor has been placed in the air handling system of the building, rather than a sensor placed in each room or ventilation zone, as required by ASHRAE's standard for demand-controlled ventilation. Expert organizations, including ASHRAE, have recommended MERV 13 filters in air handling units to protect against both airborne disease and fine particulate air pollution. Yet most TDSB schools still have MERV 10 filters. Other school boards like Peel and Durham Region have taken the precautionary measure of installing MERV 13 filters in every school. It's time for TDSB to do the same. The climate action plan is to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, but the City of Toronto's net zero deadline is 2040. The TDSB should accelerate its timeline to match with the city. Going forward, it's imperative that school buildings are built to protect students and staff against air pollution coming from climate-related events, as well as air pollution coming from within. The climate action plan presents a major opportunity for the TDSB to build back better. The choices made now will affect generations to come, and it's vital that effective actions are taken. I ask that the climate action plan include 1, conversion of all gas-burning appliances like furnaces and water heaters to heat pumps. This will reduce emissions and energy consumption, as well as remove a source of indoor air pollution. Heat pumps supply both heating and cooling, so it can provide cooling for those buildings that don't have air conditioning. 2, ensure that all HVAC upgrades provide adequate ventilation to classrooms, at least 10 liters per second per person, and preferably 14 liters per second per person, as recommended by experts. 3, install an indoor air quality monitoring system for CO2 and fine particulates that publicly reports data in real time. And 4, provide effective in-room air filtration with air purifiers to increase the total equivalent clean air delivery rate to 20 liters per second per person. This is an opportunity that the TDSB can't afford to miss. Investing in these 4 actions will protect the school community from climate change and future pandemics. Providing clean indoor air aligns with TDSB's strategic directions, providing equitable access to a clean, safe, and healthy learning environment that will support and promote the health of our school community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louise. Any question from trustees? Being none, thank you very much for delegating.
Thank you. Hello.
That's the end of delegations for climate action plan. The next item we have a delegate for is the accommodation of students from new residential development at 20 and 22 Dawes Road and 286 Main Street, 6 Dawes Road. Janet Davis, community member. I have a note here saying in person. I don't see. Or joining virtual. Janet, can you hear us? Please press *6 to unmute.
2. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Janet Davis, and I hope that my submission has been circulated. I sent it in advance, and there are some visuals that I'd love you to be able to see. As I said, my name is Janet Davis, and I'm a former city councillor for this area that this report is addressing. And I want to thank you, obviously, for the opportunity to speak to this item. Secord School was a capital priority for the East York School Board prior to amalgamation and for the TDSB for almost the entire time that I was councillor. And I have to say, I have a deep and continued interest in ensuring that the students and residents in the Secord catchment area have access to modern, adequate school and community services. And I want to commend planning staff for this report and for previous reports, which have identified clearly the impacts on Secord and surrounding schools of the anticipated intensification and population growth in Maine, Dawes, and Danforth. The population in this area will triple over the next 10 to 15 years. I also want to thank Trustee Arts for her advocacy for the replacement of Secord School and to pursuing it previous years and presumably, I'm confident for next year as a capital priority project. The school parents and community members have come together and have formed a group called Secord Now, and they're just starting, but they are absolutely dedicated to achieving the replacement of Secord School in the City of Toronto Community Centre that's located in the school. But I wanted to do a deputation today because I think it's really important for the board and to understand, and I know this kind of intensification is happening all across the city, but I wanted to highlight that this building is just one of many that have been approved or under construction or being reviewed currently by the city. And I provided a list of all of those buildings, and we're looking at least 7,500 new units just for this node, this transit-oriented node. I added a picture, and I don't know whether it's color or black and white, but you can see where all of these buildings are going to go. And if you look at the bottom of the picture, there is a gray 2 blocks up, and that is the Secord School and Community Center site. So all of this intensification is within the Secord catchment area. The gold-colored buildings, if you have gold colors at the
Janet, that's
Pardon?
all the time. If you want to wrap up with a couple of sentences.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say that I also am so happy to see that the TDSB, the Toronto Lands Corporation, and the city are working much more collaboratively, as evidenced by your previous reports. And one of the things I think absolutely has to happen to ensure that we continue to have our modern school and modern community center to serve this high needs neighborhood is to look at, and I urge you to look at, this is absolutely my last sentence, to undertake a feasibility study.
Thank you.
To look at how we can do this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Any trustees with questions? Okay, I don't see anybody with questions. Thank you, Janet. Or Trustee Arts, go ahead.
Trustee Arts, thank you. Thank you, Janet, for coming out to speak today. I wondered, could you clarify a little bit on, you mentioned a parents can community group for Secord. Could you clarify what's going on there, what their focus is?
The focus is to replace, to advocate, and obviously that requires securing funding from the provincial government and from the city to make sure that the school can be rebuilt. It remains a capital priority, or selected as a capital priority by the provincial government, and that our community center can be rebuilt as well. I think that that serving the community best would be to continue to look at how these can be built in a more integrated way.
Thanks. And you mentioned that the that Secord was a capital priority within the former East York board. Was that similar to what what the TSB is proposing now, or was that a different project?
No. It was a desire to replace the portables, the 14 portables, and to have an addition. But as you know, the school is now at, I think, 115, or if not higher, enrollment capacity. The portables were repaired a few years ago, I think in 2007. And so they are upgraded, obviously, and they were able to extend their lives. And I know that there have been boundary changes to ensure that, you can do all you can to accommodate students in the school. But as this intensification comes, and another probably close to 8,000 units, because the report before you is for 3 Dawes Road and 6 Dawes Road. 6 Dawes Road, it has come back again and wants additional density added to that site. And even though it's already under construction. So the amount of building that's going to go on here in the next 10 years is incredible. And I know we need the housing, but we also need to build complete communities. And that means schools, community centers, other services and facilities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Yards.
Thank you.
Janet, stay on. There's another
Yes.
question from another trustee. Trustee Erhard, go ahead.
Yes, thanks very much. I just had a quick question, and thank you very much. I hope I can still call you former Councillor Davis for your delegation. I wanted to ask about, just at the end of your delegation, you had mentioned a study. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that. What was meant by this study, and what are we thinking it could achieve? Thanks very much.
Yes. I mean, the site at the Secord School site right now, of course, has a school, and then attached to it is a small community center. The current plan sees the community center either remaining in some form, and I'm not sure how there's a plan to work around it. But it seems to me that if there was a way to build together, such as like was done at Davisville, and I think it's happening in other places, excuse my raspy throat, that there may be more flexibility and an ability to have economies of scale and actually achieve a better outcome for the community. The City of Toronto is currently reviewing its facilities, parks and recreation facilities master plan, and there may be an opportunity to look at how we could secure some additional funding through that process. But I think we need to look at what's feasible on that site. And it might be useful if the city and the TDSB or the TLC or whomever could work together and look at doing some kind of just a minimum a concept feasibility study to see what would be possible for that site. Because what's happened is that as a result of all of these buildings getting approval and Section 37 being cut and community benefits being reduced and development charges being reduced by provincial legislation, the money, all of the money is being amassed into building a community center, but on the other side of the tracks, on the south side of the tracks. And it is a very separate community. And I think it's still really important that the priority neighborhood, this school and community center, which is a free community center, still remain. And I think we need to look at how can that be done in a way that ensures the school, if and when, and it will eventually become a priority for the provincial government. It has to. It can't be ignored forever. That we use whatever time is available to look at what the possibilities are. And that's what I'm suggesting.
So that's time, but there's one more trustee with a question. So please stay on, Janet. There's one more question from Trustee King.
Thank you, through your chair. Ms. Davis, thank you. I've really appreciated the background that you've been able to provide. And I just wanted to request that if you haven't already, could we get a copy of your delegation in written format for review?
Okay, I did send it in. If you're remote, maybe, I don't know how that works, but yes, I sent it in. It should be there.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all for me, Chair.
Thank you, Janet. We'll get that circulated to the trustees. Thank you very much for taking the time to delegate today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to the staff and trustee for our area for your ears today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegate is on a different item. It's on Hollywood Public School and Bayview Middle School boundary discrepancy. We have Travis Callahan from Hollywood Public School in person here. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to delegate.
I don't know if anyone wanted to hand it. They said it's very hard. I'll make it quick. Our daughter, Jillian Callahan, has been at Hollywood Public School for 7 years, junior kindergarten, is now graduating this year. We recently found out that our house.
Is it possible to speak closer to the microphone?
We recently found out that our house is in a small section of the Hollywood Elementary School boundary that does not align with Bayview Middle School, but rather Cummer Valley Middle School. It was a surprise to us as the closest middle school to our home, but also almost every kid from Hollywood Public School goes to Bayview Middle School. Like, we didn't even know Cummer was an option. Jilly is devastated by the thought of not progressing on to Bayview with her classmates. And as parents, we worry about the social exclusion will have a negative impact on her development and academics. As a result, we went through the normal channels to try and find, how could we get her to go to Bayview Middle School? But we've been basically shut out and being told that the TDSB is following the strict guidelines of the boundary maps. Okay. When we discussed our situation with the principal of Hollywood, he was surprised to hear that Jillian was going to Cummer Valley boundary, as very few Hollywood children ever go there or ever go to Cummer Valley. And children that do usually file out of Area 4 in order to attend there. He also informed us that Jillian would be the only child, number one child that is scheduled to go to Cummer Valley of the 75 graduating from Hollywood. She's the only child. Okay. Mr. Waldman has encouraged us to reach out and advocate for Jilly, because in his time, at least all 7 years we've been at Hollywood, he's been the principal. This has never happened before. Okay. As I said, it's rare to him and a surprise to him that one of his child by boundary is being told to go up to Cummer Valley. We fully appreciate the pressures on the TDSB with enrollment and boundary challenges. We have several TDSB educators in our family, but we feel strongly this is a very inequitable situation. And we're asking everyone at the TDSB to look at the following as well. We consider the exception can be made. Obviously, it is very inequitable that of 75 children graduating, Jillian is the only child going to Cummer Valley. From what we have read, middle school is a very important period of development in children, and socialization can have a very negative and long-lasting impact on their mental and physical health and their academics. Jilly is a very kind child and had some social issues impact her academics in the past, and we're very worried that this could trigger future problems. Hollywood Public School boundary covers 85 square blocks of Willowdale area, just around the block from here, okay? 80 of the 85 blocks go to Bayview Middle School. There's 5 blocks that go to Cummer Valley. That's 5%. Okay. And so.
Sorry, Travis, that's all the time, but there are two.
Just give me 1 second.
Two trustees have questions. So two trustees.
5%, though, you gotta understand.
Two trustees have questions, so you can actually answer during. So what I'm suggesting, Travis, is that two trustees have questions, and you'll get 3 minutes through that, so you can answer those questions and add anything.
I want to say, it's not a coincidence that one child is being singled out, because these 5 blocks are extremely low density housing. There's only 12 houses on our street, and we only live 2 houses off the boundary.
Travis, I said two trustees have questions for you. While they ask the question,
yeah.
You can actually include some of the things that you're actually trying to say as well. Trustee Laskin, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you. Your principal encouraged you to speak to the board?
Yes, I think to advocate for Jillian, because I think he saw how inequitable this
Okay.
was.
Have you touched base with your superintendent?
Yes, and he's denied our request because he's following the strict guidelines of the boundaries.
And have you followed that up with the executive superintendent of the area?
No, just our superintendent, Ainsworth Morgan, who's who we've talked to. And we've also followed up with our trustee, Dr. Pei.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, trustee Laskin and trustee Dawson. And then we have trustee Pei.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you so much for coming to delegate today. I was wondering, did you apply through optional attendance to Bayview Middle School by the deadline?
We tried to, but we were told that the school was closed to out of area students, so they wouldn't allow us to apply.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to echo trustee Laskin's comment to reach out to the executive superintendent.
Okay.
Thank you, trustee Pei.
Thank you, Travis. And I fully understand, appreciate it, your daughter's situation. And can you just explain to me why you think the whole process not equitable?
Pardon? Sorry.
Why you think the whole process is not equitable to your daughter?
Well, so as I was trying to say is that 95% of the Hollywood boundary says go to one school, well, 5% goes to another, okay? Even if the math worked, that 5% of the students from Hollywood, was going to Cummer, that would be 3 or 4 students. And while the other 70 or 71 would be going to Bayview Middle School. How is that equitable? So what I'm pleading to people here is that I'm being told by the TDSB that they have to follow the issues of the boundaries. Okay, the boundaries are set in stone. You can't go around the boundaries. What I'm trying to highlight is the problem is the boundary. Someone drew a boundary where it's a 95 to 5% split. And the 5% is extremely low density housing. This is going to happen again. It's not going to be just my child. Every year, there's going to be 2 or 3 kids who are told you have to go to one school, and then while everyone else goes to another school. If this was a matter of 10 or 15%, so maybe that there was 7 or 10 kids from Hollywood going to Cummer, and the other 65 are going to Bayview Middle School, I'm a problem solver. I would tell my daughter, you make friends with those other 10 kids, those other 5 kids. Okay, I tell her, make friends. So at least when you show up at your middle school on day 1, you have a familiar face to look at. My daughter doesn't have that. I can't even get her to do that. She's the only child. She doesn't know one kid going to Cummer Valley Middle School next year. And this is not fair. We're not a family that parachuted into this neighborhood. We lived in our house for 14 years. She doesn't know any other kids than her cohort that she's done 7 years at Hollywood. And I'm being told, and as the mission and the vision of the Toronto School Board is supposed to be to help mental health and help students achieve through it, this is going directly against all those principles. It's socially isolating her, and people are hiding behind bureaucratic walls to tell this one little girl that she can't go to school with everyone she knows. It's not fair. If there's a problem with the boundaries, if the boundaries cause the problem, then there has to be some kind of a mechanism to make an exception for her to go to school with everyone. I'm not trying to pick a school one or the other. What I'm saying is that this is so inequitable. It's not like, it blows my mind. And is this, because people stuck in the forest, or stuck in the trees, not seeing the forest of what's really going on here. And all I can do is advocate for my daughter because it's just not fair. And I fear for the damage it will do to her long run because of it.
Thank you, Charles. Yeah, trustee Pei, your time was over.
I understand. I just want to say one sentence. Okay, all right. Rest assured, I will continue advocating for you.
Thank you,
daughter. Thank you.
Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, to our friend here. Sorry, I lost the name, Travis. I'm the trustee representing Bayview Middle School. Can you send me an email on your situation and send me this note as well? Is that okay?
Yeah, I already
Thank
submitted it to the delegates, but you can.
Yeah, if you can send it directly to me, that'll be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come today and delegate, Mr. Callahan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we move on to the next delegate. Delegate is speaking on the proposed boundary change affecting North Toronto Collegiate Institute. Jonas Brandon from North Toronto Collegiate Institute. Jonas is joining in person here. Hi.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes to delegate and we might have questions afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today with each of you and share the perspective from the point of view of families in Moore Park who will be very directly impacted by the proposed boundary change. 12 years ago, when my wife was pregnant with our firstborn, we began the search for a home in Toronto. School boundaries were the single most important factor in our decision. We built our home in Moore Park specifically so that our children could attend Whitney, Deer Park, and North Toronto Collegiate. This long-term investment in our children's education is at risk. It will be upended by the proposal. So we urge you to start with enrollment strategies that respect our families' long-term investment in our children. Clearly, the heart of this boundary issue is rampant condo development, displacing and crowding out current residents from the school their children were set to attend. More than 65 Midtown Toronto condo developments representing 28,000 units can be directed to Northern Secondary School. This was TDSB's own recommendation. We agree with this approach. Why should condo developer profits take priority over existing families' long-term interests and investments in their children's education and the continuity of the path that was already well established? It's also the only equitable approach. Residents new to an area, for example, condo buyers moving into an area over the next decade, can make an informed decision based on published school boundaries, whereas families that already made these decisions cannot relocate. So let's start there. It's also worth drawing your attention to the fact that the proposal, as it stands according to TDSB's own projections, is an overshoot. If the boundaries are redrawn, North Toronto is projected to be under capacity, a low of 88% in 2034, whereas Northern Secondary is projected to be immediately over capacity with a high of 116% in 2025. Reassigning Moore Park to Northern Secondary would be a mistake. While we understand TDSB is attempting to eliminate shared attendance boundaries, why should that policy take priority over the certainty required by families, especially in light of such a major change? Thank you again for the opportunity to share our concerns and in advance for your help making adjustments to this proposal that in order to respect families' long-term decisions. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jonas. Any questions from trustees? Anyone online? Okay, no questions from any of the trustees. Thank you very much for taking the time to come and delegate. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to delegate number 8. This is related to changing boundaries as SECO. David Fogatti. Oh, they put an extra R? Okay.
Can you put the map up of the proposed changes, please?
I am not too sure. What? To put the map of the proposed changes.
I'd asked for this.
Oh, it was asked? Okay.
Replied that it's, the boardroom can accommodate this.
No, we are not able to do that. Was
part of your package.
Yeah, it's part of the package. We can tell trustees to refer to the page number, if that's okay. What's the page number?
Well, according to this, it's page 138.
Got it.
Page 138, what is the number? Yeah. Okay. It's page 138 in the package, trustees, so we have that in front of us. Please go ahead.
Okay, I attempted to reach out to the planning department, but they did not communicate with me. So I disagree with their proposal completely. I suggest the first thing that should be done is that the western boundary for Secord be made Main Street from the railroad to Taylor Creek. The area to the west that would be truncated off would be added to Gled Hill, apart from the street that goes to the south of D.A. Morrison. And if you extend that all the way across, you come to, there's a little jog that the street makes to get to Main Street. Okay. The other boundary for Gled Hill would be Woodbine, right down to the railroad. The Earl Beatty would get that area that is north of Danforth and west of Woodbine to their current northern boundary. Earl Haig would get the other part that's cut off from Gled Hill, that's south of Danforth and west of Woodbine. All of these changes respect the arterial roads in the neighborhood. The arterial roads are Cosburn, the Danforth, Woodbine, Main Street, and Victoria Park. Those are the arterials. In other words, I have formulated this plan based on the kids walking to school in the safest manner possible. It's not perfect, but it's a lot safer than this map.
Thank you. Trustees with any questions? Okay. Trustee Williams.
Thank you so much for your delegation, Ms.
Fogarty.
Fogarty.
Yeah.
Fogarty. Thank you. Could you just clarify what exactly would make it more safe, what you're proposing?
Because the kids would not be crossing as many arterial roads. For instance, the proposed redirection would mean that you would have to cross Main Street at the Danforth, which is a very dangerous intersection. All of the proposed changes would mean that the kids would stay within an area that is not, and not have to cross arterial roads. Earl Beatty would not, the section that would go to Earl Beatty would mean there would be no arterial roads for those kids to cross. Same with Earl Haig. You would, that northwestern corner that I'm giving to Gled Hill would require them to have no arterial roads to cross, I see it as a great safety measure.
Thank you, and through the chair. Just for clarity, are there traffic lights at these crossing points?
Yes.
Are there crossing guards provided? I'm just trying to get a sense of like the
I know of
safety.
no crossing guards at Danforth and Main Street, and the same at Woodbine.
Thank you, through the chair. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Fogarty.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee King?
Thank you, through your chair. David, I was just wondering, I know that part of our process with boundary changes is that there is a feasibility team comprised of superintendents, principals, folks that know the school, the neighborhood, and an opportunity for consultation with the public. I'm just wondering if the suggestions that you're sharing with us have been shared through a consultation process, and if there have been staff responses to some of the concerns you've raised already.
As I previously stated, I have reached out to the planning department and no one has gotten in contact with me. So how can I present my ideas if no one is willing to talk to me?
Thank you. So just as a follow-up to clarify, you didn't receive information on a consultation process, it sounds like.
No consultation process, and when I have reached out on other similar issues, I have been stonewalled. No one is talking in that department.
And final question, is this an area that you reside in or have children in, thus that you would receive that information?
I don't have children or grandchildren. I am that rare bird called the concerned citizen. I used to have friends that lived in that area, and I know what I'm talking about.
That's all for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Hastings?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rakely, have you written this out so that we can have it as a copy to put on our files?
I have not written it out because I only saw this after 5 o'clock on Friday night.
Good.
And therefore have not had a chance to put all my thoughts down on paper.
And what I want you to do, through you, Mr. Chair, write it down, send it to, we got a bunch of us here. Send it to me, send it to the board. We like to know that the ratepayers, sorry you don't have any kids, lucky you, that the ratepayer, you have a voice and you're here to let us know about it.
Well, there is one other thing about these boundaries. Half of them are predate 1953. Okay, they have not been changed since 1953. This is ridiculous. When you have so much construction going on, especially along the Danforth, the idea that you keep to rigid boundaries from when Metro Toronto was first made an entity is ludicrous. Like I said, some of those boundaries are now 72 years old. That is, well, there is nobody in this room who is old enough to remember when those boundaries were put in place.
Through you, Mr. Time is up. Please, I'd like to have that report because you sound like you know what you're talking about. Your boots on the ground. We have eyes, but we don't have eyes everywhere. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for delegating. That's the end of questions from trustees.
Thank you for allowing me to depute.
We'll now move on to the next set of delegations. Now we have 17 delegates on this one. So we will start with Esther Blackton from Bryan Public School. Esther, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to address the current proposal on the parent fundraising policy. I'm currently the co-chair at Bryan Public School in Ward 13, and I also have 2 other children that attend Don Valley Middle School. My understanding is that the role of trustees is to ensure the students realize their potential, succeed, and also advocate for education and voice the public, be the voice of the public, ensuring all concerns are addressed. The current policy being proposed to you on April 16th is incomplete. I'm begging you as trustees to do your due diligence and to fully understand the scope of what is being asked. Since the board was not asked to provide for financial information, but ask one question: A, mandatory, B, voluntary donations. There's no financial information for you to fully consider this policy and what it entails. I created an online petition to create awareness amongst parents of this proposal, and over 1,000 parents have signed to show their support in favor of voluntary. I have watched your March 19th meeting and read the Toronto Star article. The 2022-23 budget you were discussing had a projected school-generated funds of $35 million. All of the councils have looked at the amounts, and it's very inaccurate and being grossly misrepresented. Just recently, the board has provided you details of the fundraising revenue estimates of 2022 to 2024. Each one was 13 million and then 15. There is a big astronomical difference between the 35 to the 15 million. Since no percentage is being confirmed in the current proposal, the hypothetical 1% of 15 million is only 150,000. 150,000 spread over 150 model schools is only $1,000. If the trustees put this policy through, that new audit position required cost is 150,000. Plus, you're putting a strain on the current board support staff of 6 staff members to help delegate this policy to these 587 TDF schools. One other thing, all fundraising is not done by parents. Don Valley's a middle school where all the students do the fundraising. School orders the pizza, the children hand out the pizza. So the thing is, parents are not involved at all. So sorry, I'm getting kind of lost here. In my own school, we create a community where parents band together. We support each other. I've reached out. They're not willing to donate anymore if it doesn't benefit their community. I just want to say that do not penalize parents for being involved in their community by taking the choice away. I hope that you put in a new policy to connect schools together to do a sister program, because I've never been reached out and we never had the opportunity. It should be a choice and not a mandate.
Thank you, Esther. There is a question. There are a couple of questions from trustees. So we'll start with Trustee Lee first and then Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Esther, through Mr. Chair. I love your presentation and thank you for expressing your concerns to us. Within your communities of Bryan Public School and Don Valley Middle School, do you feel like you have been presented by the board in the past a clear and appropriate steps to be able to donate funds to other schools in need?
No, we've never been approached. Do you know what I mean? Right. So the thing is, I think it's a great prospect, like idea to present to TDSB schools, but the principal councils, we've never been approached by TDSB about voluntary donations, right? This mandatory approach that you're presenting, the financial information doesn't support it, right? But the thing is, if you give us the option, we would of course share in fundraising. We would support our greater community. But the thing is, a mandate like this is just blindly taking money arbitrarily from children. In our own community, we are creating equalization. We are providing equal access to all programs to children who don't have it. Don Valley and Brian PS, we're not a model school. We get bare minimum funding. Parents are stepping up, filling in that gap of underfunding from TDSB, from the province. So now we're getting penalized because we take an active role.
And just to clarify, you have mentioned that if the TDSB has given you a path and a direction to say there is somewhere where students have need and you can contribute, your communities will be willingly participating in these kind of.
100%. I'm co-chair. So I would create a plan, a fundraiser to help promote and say, we are fundraising for so-and-so school. Their objective is to raise so many funds for this purpose, right? And parents and community, we would advocate to show the children that being a volunteer, fundraising for money, donating goes outside our community, but benefits other children. So we would.
And last question, if the TDSB were to mandate a deduction in the form of a tax on your contributed funds, do you believe the total amount of funds generated by your school councils will decrease?
Of course, 100%, because I've already presented to my community via the online the petition, right? And a lot of the comments were, why would I help continue this if I know it's not benefiting my children and my school? The choice should be mine. It should always be voluntary.
Thank you, Esther.
Thank you. Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you, Esther, for a wonderful deputation. I have one question really regarding the numbers, because in the last GPC meeting, the board gave up a report talking about like $40 million for the fundraising total amount. But today you mentioned like a 30 million last year, this year like $15 million. Can you just tell me, clarify with me, is that why there's big discrepancy here?
Because the budget from 2022-23 is school generated funds. It included field trips. Field trips are not a fundraiser by parents. Field trips are charged to students and families at cost. So that those fully generated funds that are coming in is misrepresented. So that 45 million doesn't include, pizza lunches are a big fundraiser for all schools. Pizza isn't free. When we order from Pizza Nova, I have to pay for that cost. So the thing is, all those funds from School Cash Online, I'll give you an example. School Cash Online, if I get it, the next round is 5,000 comes in, I still have to pay for those orders, which cost me over $3,000. So the thing is, those costs are not being represented in that $40 million. Neither is school field trips. Any money that comes in, school generated funds, is captured to that 40 million. But the information the board had given you just recently of the 10 and the 15 million is an estimate of fundraised revenue. 35, 40 to 15, that's a huge difference. That 1% that you are hypothetically throwing around that isn't in the policy you're voting on April 16th, it's a blank page. There's no questions. There's no mins, there's no max, there's no guidelines, there's no exceptions. What transparency are you as trustees providing to parents? What obligations are you asking from us? It's not being answered. We don't have the information, and neither do you. So how can you vote on a policy that is blank?
Okay, thank you. I have follow-up question regarding the fundraising, especially for the expense. In your estimate, what is expense account for in terms percentage to the total income?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Yeah, so what I'm talking about, like, let's say you fundraising $1,000. What is your like percentage expense in average, in general average? Because the board is proposed like to tax only the net income, which is total revenue minus expense, right? So I want to know the rough number, how that, going to compare the cost associated with this, this policy, because we had to fork out at least $150,000.
You only have 5 seconds left though. So you have 5 seconds to answer that.
Okay, so I would say it's about 30 to 40%.
Okay, thank you very much. Really
There are a couple of other trustees who have questions as well. So please stay where you are. Trustee Dawson and Trustee King after that.
Thank you very much through the chair. Thank you for coming. I was wondering if you could please clarify how much in net funds that your school council raises annually?
Annually, we're about 20 to 25,000. And
And-
that's net.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And what are some of the things that funds?
So last year, we actually bought Chromebooks because Chromebooks from grades 1 to 4, grades 1 to 4 are shared amongst all the grades. Now, that's a lot of students to share. So the thing is, the Chromebooks don't come back in the best condition. So the thing is, we purchased a bunch of Chromebooks. This year, we moved away from the technology. We're purchasing about $2,000 worth of books for the library. We're trying to rejuvenate the love of reading in our children, but our library lacks it. So the thing is, we're trying to give them the materials to enjoy the school. The other thing we're providing is X Movement. X Movement is a 3-day course for the children to have access to mental health tools to help them with the stress and their feelings. That is a TDSB vendor, and the cost for that is almost $4,000. Okay.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That is so great to hear that you're able to offer students those kinds of enrichment activities.
It's not
Thank you.
easy. It's not a pot of money that magically gets filled up by parents. We fundraise at each event and we work hard. I cut as much as I can to make the cost low and to make parents become a part of our school community.
Thank you.
That's what I'm afraid of. This will drastically damage it.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Trustee King for questions next.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Esther, for the delegation. You shared an example of a calculation distributed over 150 of the model schools.
Mhm.
Is it your understanding that the funds that are collected or generated from this process, that's how they would be allocated strictly to model schools?
I can't answer that correctly because the thing is, there's nothing in the policy that stipulates that. But the thing is, when you talk about how are you going to distribute the centralized fund, right? So the thing is, you have this LOI model that you already follow. So the thing is, my reasoning would be, why wouldn't you keep following that model and distribute those funds amongst those 150 schools? So the thing is, there's already gaps in funding. We know that from TDSB and the province. Right? So the thing is, if you get access to these funds at 150,000, where would it go? It would go to your LOI index. So the thing is, schools like mine, right, that get the bare minimum, we are never going to see those funds. And then the gap is going to be created even larger for every other community. Because the thing is, you're only focusing on the small, you're not looking at all of TDSB.
Thank you for the response. And I do think there's some clarity and some maybe misinformation around how it would be distributed, what the system equity fund is. So hopefully when we get to the
Thank you.
conversation, we'll clarify.
Thank you, Trustee King. I think that's the end of questions for you, Esther. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for coming and
everyone.
delegating. The next delegate is Julie Zilberlicht, community member.
Hello?
Hi, Julie.
Hi,
Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm here today to express serious concern about the proposed update to policy P021, the fundraising policy, and specifically the suggestion that school councils be required to make mandatory contributions from their fundraising efforts to the System Priorities Fund. As a parent, I fully support the idea of helping schools that face fundraising barriers due to socioeconomic factors. I believe in equity and community support, but that support must be voluntary, not through mandated contributions. At the March 19th Governance and Policy Committee meeting, a report on the fundraising policy and the pre-consultation survey conducted in 2023 was discussed. That year, the TDSB surveyed adversary groups in the broader community. The results were clear. 60% of respondents believe that contributions should remain voluntary. School councils that were consulted echoed this view, expressing support for voluntary donations rather than mandatory ones. I can tell you this policy, if implemented as currently proposed, would likely lead to a significant drop in overall donations. Parents contribute to the school communities to enhance their children's learning experience, to fund enrichment programs, basic classroom needs, and activities that are not covered by the already stretched TDSB budget. Introducing a mandatory levy, risking discouraging those donations altogether. What's more concerning is the added administrative burden this policy would bring. Managing and auditing these contributions would require additional staff, potentially several, given the size of the TDSB. Instead of allocating funds to administration, perhaps the board should consider directing the money directly to schools in need, where it will be tangible and immediate impacts on students. Additionally, it's important to acknowledge the growing transparency issues within the TDSB. There's already a deep level of mistrust within the community regarding how funds are managed and allocated. If this policy moves forward, how will parents know where their contributions are going? Will the TDSB publish clear, accessible reports showing which schools raised how much and what was deducted and where the system priorities fund money was ultimately allocated? Or will we be left, as is often the case, relying on lengthy, frustrating freedom of information requests to access information that should be public, only to receive no information at all? The truth is, families are increasingly losing confidence in this board's ability to prioritize students, uphold transparency, and follow its own policies. Let's be clear. This is not about resisting equity. It's about respecting community voices, reinforcing trust, and ensuring that well-intentioned policies don't produce unintended consequences. If given a choice, I believe many parents would gladly contribute when asked, but when they understand the need. But they deserve the right to choose. I urge the board to listen to the clear message that parents, families, and school councils have already voiced. Support should be voluntary, not mandated. Let's work together to build a stronger, more equitable system, but let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Any trustees with questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Julie, for delegating. We will move on to the next delegate, Robert Andrapo, Churchill Public School. Robert, you online? Star 6, go ahead.
From what has been said, to get to this point, there was a community school employee and consulting feedback that led to this decision, and the result was a majority no. How do we somehow believe a resounding no means yes? Let's put this through. What message are we sending as trustees that no means yes no matter how many no's are said? Why are the trustees so keen on battling with parents and hardworking volunteers rather than the province? You're trying to improve things, but in the wrong way. You will hurt the community. This will lead to a net loss for a large portion of schools, while a few schools see marginal gain and are rewarded for minimal effort while slapping the face of other parents, resulting in resentment to those schools and you as trustees. Next, the idea that you plan on paying $150,000 to a person to manage these funds with money that you are stealing from hardworking volunteers and their schools while devaluing any actual support for those schools you're trying to provide for. You will be giving pennies on a dollar. Shame on you all. Who decides this person will be? Sarah, how do we ensure that there is no nepotistic hires? Why don't you use TDSB funds to pay for this manager instead of volunteered money? Who will be this person's boss, and are you suggesting that they will be a TDSB employee but paid by parents that are not receiving any actual services? What you're suggesting is a downright crime. Parents will stop volunteering and schools will lose more funds, leading to a lower quality for our children. If this policy leads to a substantial decrease in funds, how will you pay for a manager or rationalize continuing this? By taking more from us? Your plan will be a failure, and you as trustees should resign and never run again, because clearly you do not care for the position with little regard to negative impacts. Why should parents stretch their time to volunteer so you can steal their money? What is to be done when a school is not putting in any effort to fundraise and just collecting handouts? How is this fair? What will stop outraged parents from taking legal action against you and the TDSB? Can the TDSB afford to waste more money on problems you are creating? I am disgusted by this and hope that the next election a lot of you lose your position, because you clearly do not care about the children and the system, just your egos. Anyone voting no, I commend you. You are a symbol of integrity. I will not participate in taxation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Trustee Lee and Trustee Hastings. Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Robert. I think the message that you said is received, but although I do encourage you to maintain a level of respectfulness while speaking to the board, but I'm not here to dictate. I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
You're a community member of Churchill Public School, and I'm going to ask the same 3 questions I asked to all school members tonight. So do you feel like the TDSB has given you a path and a system to contribute to other schools that are in need?
No.
And if such path and system were in place, do you feel like your community will participate in donating funds to schools that needs it?
Yes, if it was a voluntary path, then it leaves us an option to want to provide rather than just being taken.
Perfect. And if the TDSB does move forward with a mandatory deduction on your contributed funds, do you feel like your total fundraising generated will decrease?
I believe so. I will not be participating. So the school will be losing my funding due to this.
All right. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's Robert, right?
Yes.
This is not, it's not a new idea. It's been around for 20 years. And each time it's come up, and I would implore you to send your report to the board so we can read it. Each time it's come up, we've turned it down. Turned it down in the Catholic board. We'll turn it down.
Trustee Hastings, do you have a question for the delegate?
I do have a question.
Please go ahead.
Please, you've written a report. Could we have it? That's a question.
Okay. Robert, are you able to send your delegation write-up to trustees?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll get to
I thank you for that response, but again, not all of us are sitting there agree with what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Through you. Thank you, Robert, for your delegation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have very simple questions. I do appreciate your anger and the frustration through delegation. So could you clarify with me that why you felt we at the board not hear the parents' voices in this particular
From
policy?
the meetings that we were explained by our ward member that there was feedback and that in all the cases, it was told that a voluntary amount taken was more put forth with like a rejection of a mandatory because you would be, splitting the parents, right? So any interaction, anyone that would be considering, anyone that would be on the side would not want to participate because it's being forced upon us rather than it being a personal decision.
So basically, you think is a really divisive policy. So
It is
it's
a
really
very
dividing, among the parents community. So that's why you felt like your voice is not being heard, right?
Yes.
Okay. So moving forward, you think is voluntary would be the right path to go?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees. I see there might be some need for reaffirming some of the points and views and so on. But if some answer is very clear from the trustee, from the delegation, please, we do have a number of delegations to go through as well. So thank you for your support in getting through the delegations and getting to the meeting agenda at some point today. Number 12 right now, delegate number 12 is Laura Okia, TDSP parents. Laura, *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I am a parent of a TDSB student in Ward 9, and I'm speaking today in support of the mandatory allocation of a small portion of funds raised by parents to a systems priority fund. After our last Ward 9 meeting, I was taken aback by some of the responses to this policy update. And while processing it, I asked my daughter what she thought sharing meant to her. And she really thoughtfully answered kindness and respect. So I knew that I had to speak up, and I knew that I had to try to embody, however imperfectly, the values that we teach in our home and that we know she's learning at school. This measure would bring the TDSB's fundraising policy more in line with its own multi-year strategic plan and help reduce the stark inequalities across TDSB schools. The multi-year strategic plan, passed by a majority of democratically elected TDSB trustees, states that equity is a principle that will continue to guide the TDSB in all that it does. Equity will be foundational to all TDSB work and will be embedded throughout the strategic directions. The mandatory allocation to a system priorities fund is a step towards this. It is indisputable that some schools fundraise more money simply because their communities have access to time and money in ways that other communities do not. This is not about hardworking parents versus non-hardworking parents. My grandmother raised 8 children in a new country with very little education, almost no English, and very lax labor laws. There is not one person at this meeting that could teach her a thing about hard work, industriousness, or resourcefulness. But could she delegate at 4:30 p.m. on a Wednesday? Probably not. And that is who's missing from these conversations. But as community leaders and as trustees, that is who you also represent. Equity is about removing the barriers for those burdened by systemic inequalities. It is not about charity. Currently, schools can voluntarily donate to the Central Equity Fund, and in 2023-2024, the amount donated was $325. I repeat, $325. In the same year, our own school council had a budget of $55,000 and voted down donating $500 to another school or the Central Equity Fund. We knew very well how this money could be distributed. We knew very well the schools in our community that could benefit from this, from the support. And we knew very well that the socioeconomic profile of those communities simply did not allow for disposable income in order to support it. That's not to say that those parent councils were not working just as hard. They did a lot of community-oriented activities, but there just wasn't the disposable income to raise this fund. Can we imagine if our socialized healthcare was based on the same spirit of voluntary donations? How many of us are confident that we would have the same access to quality care without the underlying principle that all Canadians deserve the same life-saving care, regardless of postal code or ability to pay? And I would like to remind you, there was widespread opposition to expansion of universal health care back in the 1970s as well.
Thank you, Laura.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's the end of your time, but we do have a question from a trustee. A question from a trustee. So if there's anything that's related to the response, you can. Trustee Dawson.
Excuse me. Thank you through the chair. Laura, thank you so much for your delegation this evening. You mentioned that your school raised about $50,000. Can you tell me
$55,000.
$55,000? Can you, and that's an annual number?
That was from, last year after we had paid everything, that was the amount left cumulatively to be allocated for this year's activities.
Okay, so that was net of expenses.
Yeah.
And then, so what are some of the things that $55,000 has purchased in the past?
In the past, it's gone towards Chromebooks, it's gone towards scientists in the classroom, it's gone towards gift cards for teachers to help support with supplies in the classrooms, it's gone towards field trips, it's gone towards busing for field trips, and it's gone towards nutrition programs. It's gone towards affinity spaces. We are also a Black School of Excellence, and in previous years we have also been really proud of that initiative and made sure to allocate funds, and we hope to continue to do so. So it has gone to a lot of extras, but also fundamentals.
Thank you. And in your estimation, would those things have been purchased, or would those field trips have been gone on if you didn't have the $55,000 to pay for those things?
No, because if there's no money, I mean, these are the gaps that chronic underfunding has created. So we, I don't think that we would have been able to do any of those extras.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Lee.
Laura, thank you for your delegation. Laura, same questions. Are you aware or have you had discussions within your school council that the TDSB have presented to you a clear path on priorities that you can contribute funds to in other schools?
We as a school, I've been on school council now for about 4 years, and we've always known that there were two possible ways of contributing. We have previously, when we actually raised less money, we donated more money to either a community school or to the central fund. So we do know the pathways of donating, absolutely.
So
But
you're
it's, you know,
saying,
with chronic underfunding, no one ever feels like it's enough, and we're never going to fundraise our way out of chronic underfunding. And that's, I think, what people don't understand.
okay, so what you're saying is that you do know there's a path to donating to other schools. And in fact, because you know this, you have contributed to other schools voluntarily.
Voluntarily previously, but you know, there is an almost, you know, parallel anti-DEI sentiment that we're, you know, that Canada is also sometimes experiencing. And to that end, this year it was, you know, out of, like I said, $55,000, we were unable to decide to donate just 500 of that, which actually represented less than 1% of our net income, right? So okay. I get parents want to ensure that their children have everything they can, but some of us can have a little less so others can have anything at all. And we're not, you know, we're talking about granola bars and all these preconditions for academic excellence. That is what the school board's supposed to be about. But hunger prevents academic excellence, and not having warm coats prevents academic excellence. So this is also what we have to do in order to ensure that all children are getting the same equitable access to academic outcomes.
Okay, so I just want to understand the specifics of your answer. Your school have donated to other causes in other schools because you knew of those opportunities.
Yes, we've known of them, and we have in the past. This year we did not.
Okay, but you have. All right. And in your opinion, when you donated to other schools, did every parent feel like recontributing money to different schools was a great idea, or there are differences of opinion where some thought it was a good idea, others said they would not participate?
I don't think anyone said they wouldn't participate. And I think it's really hard to think of a parent that's going to look at their child and say, I'm not going to help you raise $100 because your school is only going to benefit from 98 and $2 might go to buy a granola bar for a child in an underserved, you know, school. I really have a hard time envisioning that conversation. So I can't say that anyone had said, no, we're not going to donate. Of course, there's going to be people that say, you know, we don't have enough Kleenex boxes, so how can we afford to donate even $1? But like I said, we are never going to fundraise our way out of chronic deficits that come from the province.
Thank you, Laura. That's it for your time.
Thank you.
Question, no?
No, sorry.
Okay. All right.
Well, we have a long list of delegates. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trustee, you're on the list. Trustee McLean is next.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you, Mr. Keela, for the delegation, for the recognition of the chronic underfunding and the kind attitude you exhibited towards the needs of others. And your answer to Trustee Lee's questions were kind of where I want to go with this. The years that you've decided to that the council decided to raise some funds for other schools in your area, did you raise more or less? Did that decision have represent a decline in the amount that you were able to raise?
No. No, the two were not linked at all, I would say, because it's such a small percentage. I have never heard of anyone say, I'm purposely not going to fundraise or donate because it might go to another school. That's never been something I heard. The only thing I heard was we shouldn't do it because we don't have enough resources for ourselves.
Okay, because we hear a lot in this debate, you hear a lot of that the people object to the mandatory nature of this, but think that the volunteer nature is a better way to go. We've heard that on a number of occasions, but your school community is an example of a school community who's done some work and allocated some funds, and yet then later in subsequent years had the same debate and then opted not to do that. So I guess
Yeah.
I'm interested in, to the extent that you could explain it to us in the minute that I've got left, what was that discussion or debate? How did the community go from a place of willingness, raising a fair amount of money, much needed, I appreciate, but raising a fair amount of money and allocating some to a place where that was a bridge too far?
I think comes down to simply who is at the meetings, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. Sometimes the people that are able, that have the access, the privilege, the access to be at fundraising or at social school council meetings, sometimes they're inclined towards this sort of thing. And sometimes the folks that have the privilege, the access to access those forums like school council, they are not inclined. And that's why the voluntary nature of this is in opposition to equity, the equitable, strategic direction of TDSB. Equity is about systemic barriers, and voluntary is about charity. So it is inconsistent with the foundational principle of where the TDSB has said that it wants to go.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. That's it for the time. For questions, there's no other trustees online or in the boardroom with questions. Thanks, Laura, for your delegation.
Thank you.
The next delegate is Gia Lee from Claude Watson School of the Arts.
Hi, can you
Gia?
hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear
Yes?
you. Please,
Okay.
please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Gia, and I am a school council member from Claude Watson. I'm here today to discuss the TDSB fundraising policy change. The TDSB school generated funds, including but not limited to student activity fees, pizza lunch, vendor commissions such as photographer, field trips, and other fundraising activities. According to the 2022-2023 school budget and the school generated funds staff report dated February 4th, 2024, Claude Watson school generated funds were listed as $151,141. Upon confirmation with the school staff, there's a significant discrepancy about this number from the report. So the Claude Watson school report actual revenue is $47,000, $47,250.44. Therefore, the overstated school generated funds from TDSB staff report for Claude Watson is $103,890.56. Therefore, my first question to the trustees is, if the numbers from the staff report are largely inflated, how can you make such policy change decision based on such inaccurate information? Secondly, according to the Claude Watson PSAB report, the net funds raised by Claude Watson School Council after deducting all the direct costs, 2021 to 2022, we generated about $12,000. And then 2022 to 2023, we generated about $18,000. This further demonstrates that information in the staff report was highly inaccurate. Additionally, implementing this policy would require hiring a full-time staff member to execute. My second question to the trustees, how much money will actually go to the schools after deducting the salary of this full-time employee? Furthermore, TDSB schools are already funded based on the LOI. Implementing such mandatory policy change could lead into administrative complexity, undermining school authority, and disencourage parents from initiating fundraising events in the future, and other challenges I may not cover here. In conclusion, I strongly urge all trustees to vote no on this mandatory fundraising policy. School councils and parents work very hard for their children. They should have their rights to prioritize their own child's school and have the option of donating to others of their choice. This concludes my delegation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gia. We have a couple of trustees with questions. Trustee Dawson, then Trustee Lee, and then Trustee Pei.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Gia, for your delegation. Also want to say congratulations for the $18,000 that you were able to raise. I was wondering if you could describe some of the initiatives that $18,000 paid for.
So our school is one of the great revenue source is we run bi-weekly pizza lunch. So vast majority, and burger lunch sometimes. So vast majority of the revenue source from the 18,000 during that time period, which is 2022 and 2023, mainly based on those lunch, like pizza lunch events.
Thank you.
Is that
What
what's your
did
question?
No, I was asking more about what you spent the money on. What did you spend that $18,000 on for the school?
Oh, so we, because Clark Watson is an art school, right? We help the school to repair instruments. We donate partially of the fundraising to subsidize or, help the graduation trips for the grade A students. And then sometimes, depending on the individual family needs, if there's families which need substitution from the pizza lunch, the school council will also proceed the motion to support those individual families.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson, Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Jia, for your delegation. Just want to get the three answers from you, just like the other previous delegates. Jia, within Claude Watson, your discussions, and I know you're part of the board there. Have you heard from the TDSB any strategic initiatives or actual pathways for you to voluntarily donate to schools in need?
Sorry, can you repeat that question again?
Have you ever heard about any TDSB systems or programs or pathways for the Claude Watson School Council to donate to other schools that are in need?
Not based on my knowledge.
Okay. And should there be such an opportunity, if your school principal came to you and said, look, there's an initiative, here's some students who'd really like to get support in these respects, do you believe your parent council will participate in that voluntary donation program?
I'm not the only one running the council. It will be a parent's decision, school council decision, whoever is running the councils.
But would you believe from what you know about your community, from your own perspective, that there will be amiable members of the community who will voluntarily donate to other schools in need?
Personally, I would say no, but it could also depend on the scenario, right? So for example, how much are you looking for? But then I would also personally prioritize my own children's school's needs, and then whoever the students within our community, first just to see if they need support.
Okay, and if a portion of your... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I should be offered a choice, if I'm willing to donate. I shouldn't be like a mandatory, forced mandatory donation.
No,
it's
Jia,
similar, yes, go ahead.
Jia, if there is a mandatory deduction, do you believe Claude Watson will generate less funds?
Yes, I believe so, because I already heard a lot of voice from the community. If there's a mandatory deduction policy, parents may just give up all the fundraisings. They're stop doing that. What's the point? I heard a lot of voice because I do speak to the parents daily.
When you say you heard a lot of voice, Jia, out of 10 parents, how many would you think will decrease or stop donating altogether?
So I would say about at least the 5 parents I spoke to last week, all of them say we either gonna stop the fundraising or we either gonna stop the donating.
Okay, so all parents will reduce or stop. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Sue Chair. Thank you, Jia, for your deputation. I have 2 questions regarding the numbers. As one number, I think you said is in the board report at the last GPC, it was stated that Claude Watson raised $47,000 roughly. So, but in reality, Claude Watson only raised $18,000.
So there are a couple components here. In the staff report, it was listed as 151,141, which is 151,000. Okay, the actual school report revenue is $47, which including the activity fees, performance tickets, sale, field trip, uniform, etc. Right? But then the net fundraising our school council actually generated after all the direct cost is only about $18,000.
Okay, so, okay, I just missed the last part. You said it, the $47,000 including parents fundraising, that's around $18,000. And then student activity fees, right?
Yes.
And also
And
there's
the field trips, uniforms,
trip.
which are all the direct cost which we have to pay to the vendors.
Yeah, but field trip is not fundraising activity. That's virtually like a, cover for the cost, right?
Exactly, but then the transaction has been showing under the school generator funds columns from the non-board account. But then because the transaction are captured in the system, which was listed on the staff report, but in reality, whether even though we collected those field trip money, we had to pay the vendors in the end. So there's just a literary transaction. It's not like a school generated fund by the fundraising activities from the council.
So basically, I just want to clarify, the number provided in the report is highly, disputable in your opinion. It's also
That's right.
Overly
It's
inflated.
Exactly. It's a highly inaccurate information. When I was reading the report and I went to our school principal and the office manager to do a confirmation, by the time they gave me the number, I was so shocked. And I don't know how the staff report got those numbers from. It's highly inaccurate.
So in your opinion, in that report, because the number is so inaccurate, so we as trustee, we cannot really form an opinion or anything, right?
Exactly. That's why one of my questions is, if the trustee are going to make the decision, how can you base on your decision based on such inaccurate information?
Thank you very much, Jia, for your delegation.
Thank you, Jia, for your delegation. We will move on to the next delegate, number 14, Amina Sultan from Ursula Franklin Academy and Rawlinson Community School.
That's why one of my questions.
Amina, are you there? *6 to unmute.
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. You have 3 minutes to delegate. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, and thank you for allowing me to address you today. My name is Amina Sultan. I'm the mother of 3 children at the TDSB who attend schools in Ward 7 and Ward 9. I'm here to speak about the proposed fundraising policy, which you as a board will be asked to vote on next week. As a parent of children of the TDSB, I'm proud to be part of an organization that seeks to prioritize equity, diversity, and inclusion for all of its students, no matter their backgrounds. I have come to committees of this board before to speak about equity and specifically the issue of anti-Palestinian racism as it affects my children, family, and our community. Today's topic is connected as it goes to the core issues of this board, which are to encourage the full participation and inclusion of all students despite whatever barriers they may face. I'm specifically here to ask this board to support a mandatory allocation of funds from school fundraising to a systems priority fund, which I understand to be proposed in the range of 1% to 2%. I and many other families in my community strongly support this approach, and in fact would even ask that the allocation be higher than the meager proposal of 1% or 2%. And that's because we see our role as parents at the TDSB and members of our larger society as interconnected. If there are schools that have less than our children's schools, we see that as a blight on all of us. My children's school in Ward 9 has these socioeconomic contradictions within its own community. Our school was previously a model school reflecting its need for additional resources, and as families with different socioeconomic status have moved into the community, these factors have changed, but we still have families who struggle financially. And that juggling has meant that at times our school has had to reduce its snack program due to shortfalls in funding. While some parents were kind enough to bring in boxes of granola bars, that is simply not enough. And our school is not the starkest example. There are many schools where they have a school nutrition program and where countless children are not eating the food they need to focus, to learn, and to thrive. And if even one child is hungry because there is not enough food, that falls to all of us who can do so to fix it. This proposal is just one small way to repair this issue. Whether the directed money goes to nutrition programs, backpacks, or field trips that engage children in learning, these are all good things. I'd also note that there are many parents who would support this and benefit from it, but who can't be here today because they're working at the time of this meeting or face language barriers or other issues of accessibility. It is an incredible privilege to be a parent who sits on school councils and who can address you. I'd ask you keep those other families in mind while you consider this issue. As a parent who regularly donates to my children's school, I can tell you that knowing that a portion of my donation would go to schools in need would only encourage me to give more. I see this as an opportunity for parents to participate in even a small way in the support of all students in our shared board, as well as a chance for us to model excellent behavior for our children, where donations are graciously and generously given for the benefit of all. And to that end, I urge the board to support a mandatory allocation of fundraise monies to Assistance Priority Fund to work toward equity for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina, for your delegation. We have a couple of trustees with questions. Trustee Dawson first.
Thank you, Amina, for your delegation through the chair. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about some of the initiatives that were able to be funded by the fundraising at your school.
So for our school, money was spent on Chromebooks, on a ski trip that was expensive, it was made accessible for students, as well as contributing to the snack program. Our school was very fortunate and is able to fundraise a significant amount of money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Amina, for your delegation. I just want to clarify something. You mentioned that your school was able to fundraise a significant amount of money, but looking at Ursula Franklin from my staff report, it says Ursula Franklin fundraised $400 in 2022 and $0 in 2023. Do you feel that's correct, or do I have the wrong report?
Oh, sorry, I should have clarified. My kids go to two schools. I'm a new parent at Ursula Franklin. So I was speaking about Rawlinson Community School, which is where my younger children go, and all three of my children were attending. So I'm not, well, I've been on the parent council at the elementary school, but not at the high school. So please understand that my comments were related to the elementary school, not the high school.
I understand. Thank you, Amina. Just
I hope that clarifies that. Sorry, I'm a new parent in the other school, and I should have clarified that.
That's clear. Thank you very much. I do see a significant fundraising at Rawlinson. Now, when you're at Rawlinson, do you or your parent council peers know about any fundraising programs as a TDSB that strategically wants parents to help other students or schools in need?
So our parent council on its own initiative has given, because we live in a mixed income neighborhood, so internally we're mixed, and then between schools we're mixed. So while we internally have a wide range of socioeconomic capacity, also between schools there are ranges. So there are schools that are not able to raise as much money as we have. And so on our SACS initiative, in previous years, we have given donations to other schools. Unfortunately, that was not agreed to this year. So
okay,
sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
I was.
Okay, so when in your discussions, when these kind of topics gets brought up, do you feel like your parents, peers were amiable to donating to other schools or students in need, or are they against the idea?
So I've been surprised by some of the other parents delegating and saying that this would be a disincentive for donation. In my community, which is broad, which is in my school and my broader community, everybody I know sees that as an incentive to donate and not a disincentive. So I'm confused and surprised by other people's perspective, because in the world that I inhabit, that's a positive thing. And I don't know how to access children who are in need in other schools. And the school board could assist me with that by directing some of my donations to those children. And that sounds like an excellent outcome. And I'm not alone in that feeling.
Okay, so you will donate if there's an opportunity. Now, do you feel like if the donation or deductions were mandatory, that there will be less people contributing to the school funds?
I would be very surprised if that would actually be a practical outcome, despite people saying that. I don't understand how a 1 to 2% would impact how somebody would not want to give $50 to their kid's school because 50 cents or $1 would go to another school. I don't think so.
Sorry, just
Thank you.
Okay, just a, okay, clarification, the 1%, just for everyone, that's not a firm number, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. We don't have any other trustees on the list. Thank you, Amina, for delegating. I'm going to pass
Thank
the chair to Vice Chair Patel to take us through the second half of the delegations.
Thank you, Chair Shan. And moving along, delegate number 15, Joseph Taylor, Ward 9 TDSB parent. Hi, Joseph.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to delegate today. I am a parent of 2 children in Ward 9. I am here today to express my strong support for making the system's priority fund contributions mandatory. I have the privilege to be here today because I have a flexible work schedule. Many other hardworking parents do not have the opportunity I do today. While some parents may believe that contributing more gives them a louder voice in decision-making, I would encourage trustees to reflect on the voices of the majority of parents and caregivers who can't delegate today. While some communities may contribute more financially to their individual school fund, all parents and caregivers across the TDSB contribute to public education. Regardless of how wealthy we may be, we all try our best to encourage a caring and loving school environment for our children. Contributing financially is one way, amongst many, and communities across the city find ways to create thriving school communities despite navigating significant barriers and a lack of access to the same financial opportunities and resources. Last week, I shared a petition created by Parents for Equity in the TDSB with my school community. This petition supports the recommendation to make contributions mandatory. After sharing the petition, I was stopped by multiple parents in the playground and received emails from many more thanking me for sharing the petition and expressing their support. A teacher also stopped me to explain how important this decision is to make sure children in schools across the city have access to important events and resources that would otherwise be unavailable to them. You may be hearing or have already heard some pseudo-economic nonsense that making this fund mandatory will decrease overall contributions. I have an advanced degree in economics, and I couldn't tell you one way or the other if that is true. We don't know because there is no research or evidence to support this argument. What we do know from behavioral economics is that people cooperate under certain conditions. From our family's perspective and many of our friends and fellow parents and caregivers in our school community, we are very happy to contribute to a fund knowing it will be distributed in an equitable manner. In fact, knowing it will be distributed equitably means we are happy to contribute more and will be happy for the percentage allocation to be much higher than the suggested 1 to 2%. While it is clear the opposition to making the system's priority fund contributions mandatory is part of the broader anti-DEI agenda of some trustees, especially the trustees who have been organizing ward forums to oppose this important recommendation, I would encourage them to consider whether their time is best spent stripping children of the occasional pizza party, school trip, and other activities and resources that bring these children joy, or whether they could direct their efforts to improve the TDSB's relationship with the Ministry of Education to focus on addressing chronic underfunding of public education in the city. Child poverty rates are already unacceptably high. We know a looming recession will only worsen this situation for some school communities. Voting to deny children granola bars while the City of Toronto has officially announced a food insecurity crisis is simply cruel. I would encourage all trustees to vote to make the system's priority fund contributions mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph, for your delegation. We do have a question from a trustee, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Joseph, for your delegation. I just have a couple of questions of clarification. You mentioned that you shared a petition. How can people access that petition?
So it's organized by Parents for Equity in the TDSB, and it is called Reduce Inequities in Public Education, Support a Fairer TDSB Parent Fundraising Policy.
Thank you. You also said something about conversations in the playground and that people had indicated that they would actually donate more if we were to go with a mandatory donation policy. Can you explain those conversations a little bit more?
Absolutely. I think many people don't, not everybody is aware of the intricacies of all of these different funds. And I think when we discussed it on the playground in our morning circle, frankly, people were shocked that this was even being debated, and we're very happy to contribute. And we're actually pleased that there was a recommendation to make it mandatory, and expressed to me a willingness. I mean, it was unanimous. Everybody I've spoken to was unanimous in their support, but also, this is a no-brainer. Of course, we want to contribute in a mandatory way because we're all part of the city. We all want school communities that can thrive, and this is we're talking tiny fractions here. We're talking, if you're a family who donates $1,000 a year, we're talking almost the same amount people spend on coffee in a day. Like, we're talking tiny fractions. So people are very happy to contribute to this fund. And as a family, I can speak from my own personal experience, we would happily contribute more and have the percentage allocation be higher. And it's going to have no bearing on what we as a school can do for our children, because we're lucky in many respects as a community to have access to resources, and it's a good example to demonstrate to our children that it's important that we have an equitable system.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Joseph, for your delegation.
Actually, I'm very sorry, Chair. I'm late for an appointment. I'm very sorry I have to actually leave. It's very poor time management on my part, but I am going to have to leave. I'm very happy to answer questions over email, and I will email my delegation to trustees, but please do accept my apologies. Thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Joseph, for your delegation.
Actually, I'm very sorry, Chair. I'm late for an appointment.
Thank you, Joseph.
Very sorry.
Moving along, delegate number 15, Hardeep Shergill.
Answer questions over email, and I will email my delegation to trustees, but please do accept my apologies. Thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Trustee Lee. Thank you, Joseph, for your delegation.
Actually, I'm very sorry, Chair. I'm late
Hi,
for an
Joseph.
appointment. Hi, Joseph.
There's an echo problem.
Can we just hang him up?
Yeah. Hi, Hardeep. *6 to unmute. Hello, Hardeep. Are you online?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Hardeep Shergill, and I'm an elementary school teacher and a PhD candidate. I'm here to advocate for the revision of the Systems Priorities Fund and the fundraising policy that would proceed with a mandatory contribution, meaning a certain portion of funds from the net income raised from the fundraisers initiated by schools in the TDSB will be allocated to school councils that are not able to fundraise due to socioeconomic disparities. This is of great significance to me based on my lived experiences. I was born and raised in Rexdale, Ontario, an underserved community in Toronto. I'm very proud to say that my parents were factory workers who worked really hard to ensure that my siblings and I had a roof over our heads, clothes to wear, and food on the table. I attended so-called inner city or model schools for all of my schooling years as a child. As a student, the schools I attended didn't have many resources available, as fundraising was a significant factor. Parents and caregivers had to work multiple jobs to support their families. From a young age, I recognized that the education system was not designed for all as a result of systemic racism and white supremacy. While schools in higher socioeconomic and low racialized neighborhoods had access to new technology and enriched school experiences, I remember how policed and marginalized I felt as a student in Rexdale. I vividly recall visiting a TDSB school as a high school student that was located in a higher socioeconomic neighborhood in central Etobicoke. I was shocked to see the new technology, fundraising initiatives, and resources the school had in place. Meanwhile, my peers and I from my Rexdale High School were not provided with similar opportunities. I remember leaving that school with profound sadness, lamenting at how unjust and unfair the world is. Why couldn't we, as Rexdale kids, also experience such initiatives and privileges? Why were we not given the same opportunities as my peers in higher socioeconomic, low racialized neighborhoods? Sadly, not much has changed. Last year, I taught in a higher socioeconomic neighborhood. Every week was filled with fundraisers. If teachers required an item for their student, the parents provided funds. Nothing was out of reach, it seemed. I was filled with immense grief as I kept on thinking of children and families from underserved neighborhoods. While families and children from privileged neighborhoods have the means to fundraise thousands of dollars, children and caregivers from lower income communities do not have that opportunity. It will be severely erroneous not to consider race and how it plays out in fundraising initiatives. Anti-Black racism is at the core. At the heart of resistance to this policy is pervasive racism, particularly anti-Black racism. Toronto is increasingly becoming an unlivable city with unaffordable housing and families relying on food banks. In fact, Mayor Olivia Chow has described food insecurity as an emergency in our city. Don't all our students deserve the same opportunities? When we look at schools that are not able to raise funds like their counterparts in higher income neighborhoods, we must also interrogate how racial demographics play out. Institutionalized racism is ever so present. All of our children deserve the best educational experiences. Yes, there will be resistance, but let's not pick and choose which community or school gets to thrive based on money and race. This goes against a multi-year strategic plan and human rights. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Hardeep. We do have a trustee who has a question of clarifications. Go ahead, Trustee Lee.
Yeah.
Hardeep, thank you for your delegation. Hardeep, can I just get a clarification? You mentioned that you're TDSB staff. Do you work in the school and have you had fundraising conversations with the school community?
I have a little bit at another school that I was at.
So you have not had any fundraising discussions recently with a parent council or school community?
Not recently. Right now, I'm proud to say I'm back in the very same neighborhood that raised me in Rexdale.
Okay. Have you contributed funds to a TDSB school in the past?
I do not know how this is related to my delegation, so I'm uncomfortable with answering that question.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. I just wanted to clarify. But that's all my questions. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee
Thank
Lee.
you.
Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Hardeep, for your deputation. I just have a question.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so you said you're a committee member. Are you a parent of a TDSB student?
I'm not a parent.
So have you ever involved any parent fundraising activity at the TDSB schools?
I would be happy to discuss more over email, but I'm not comfortable with disclosing any of that right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. We do not have anybody else on speakers list. Thank you, Hardeep, for your delegation.
Thank you.
Delegate number 18, 17. Kiera, you requested to speak last.
Hi there.
Do you still want to speak last?
Pardon me? No, I'm good to go. No, I'm good to go now. Am I the last person? Yeah, I'm happy to go now. Whatever's easiest. I'm ready.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Kara Chan here, mom of 2 kids. I'm a parent volunteer out of Rawlinson with the Asian Affinity Space and the Fun Fair Committee. Just want to situate where I come from. I am the daughter of immigrants, and I am myself an immigrant, originally from Shanghai. Came here when I was 5 years old. Growing up, I saw my parents struggle to make ends meet to recertify in the medical field so that I could then have an education thanks to the TDSB, and to also now have a middle-class job that allows me to be a very involved, very active parent volunteer. So really, I'm speaking to all of you tonight as a former student of TDSB and now as a mom who has the privilege of having 2 young kids and to be on a call at almost 7 o'clock tonight on behalf of other parents who may have 2nd or 3rd jobs that aren't able to be here. So I want to be very clear that I am strongly in favor of a mandatory systems priority fund. My support is anchored in a desire to see fairness and equity front and center in all board policy. I am deeply troubled that child poverty rates in our city continue to sit in some neighborhoods in the ballpark of 40 to 61%. And instead of talking about programming to address education outcomes for those kids, for all kids who deserve access, we are now squabbling over a potential 1% of our donations going to those schools in need. So shame on us for having this debate when the need is so visceral and so in our face every day. I also believe that relying on a voluntary contribution model would mean access to resources would be uneven and scarce. Having the central systems priority fund sets a key core value and learning example for our kids on the importance of compassion and kindness and equity. I'm also very disturbed by the ongoing attacks on diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives across the country, across the border, and to see the rollbacks occur in live time on TV with the headlines, hitting us every single day, the attacks on trans kids and APR and the snowballing of all forms of hate is utterly eviscerating. So I just want to point out that there's also zero research to suggest that a central fund would in any way at all reduce overall donations. Let's think of it this way. The idea of intrinsic motivation really makes me laugh. So for example, if you raise $100, somehow giving away $1 and leaving you with $99, somehow giving away that $1 reduces your overall motivation to keep the rest. Like that to me is laughable. Your baseline motivation to fundraise obviously is not very good. I want to end off by saying, as a parent volunteer who is very skilled and very adept and well connected at soliciting, fundraising dollars, I would be more than happy and encouraged to fundraise if I knew that a stable, set amount of money would go to a system priorities fund to benefit all kids, and that what all schools in need would be eligible for. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kira. We do have a trustee who has a question of clarification. Trustee Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Kira. Thank you for your delegation. I just have a first question. Which staff member or trustee told you that the deduction was going to be 1%?
I don't have a name. That is a figure that I've heard floated at your town hall forum that you hosted about a week ago, Peter and Shelley. That was the approximate figure tossed around.
Okay,
at
I
that
just want to
forum.
clarify that is, I mentioned this in my town hall forum as well. 1% is not a number that has ever been discussed or solidified. We don't know what that amount is. Okay, so my next question, going back to my.
Can you answer that question, James? Can you
Sure.
tell me what the ballpark number might be?
There is no ballpark number because that has not been discussed.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm glad I was able to clarify that. So just from your perspective, at Rawlinson, have you and your parent council peers talked about, heard about any ways or avenues through which you can donate to another school in need?
I believe in previous years, donations have been made in the tune of about $500 to a central equity fund. That has occurred in the past.
Okay.
I don't know about the reference to a system fund as per tonight's call, but we have in the past made monetary donations to some type of equity fund.
And from your perspective, and thanks for that answer, from your perspective, should there be an opportunity, would you be happy to voluntarily contribute your funds?
Should there be an alternative to what, sorry?
To help another school or help another group of students, will you?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I would, yeah. And I've also heard of other schools voluntarily like partnering up and having like a twinning program where they automatically, allocate X amount every year to a partnership school. I don't know how to go about setting that up, but that also sounds interesting and viable.
Thank you, Kira. And last question. Should the donations be mandatory in your past conversations with your peers or just, your friends? Do you feel like there will be a decrease in donations?
I do not believe that would occur, no.
Okay.
I believe parents in my community would just continue on the same.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee McLean, you're next, followed by Trustee King.
No, sorry, I was just indicating that.
Oh, okay. Trustee King, go ahead. Thank you, Trustee McLean.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Kira, for the delegation. I don't want to misquote you, but I heard a couple of terms that you mentioned. You mentioned, rollback on DEI. You mentioned equity. I think you mentioned anti-racism. That might have been the delegate before. And I just wanted to clarify, do you feel that this conversation should be more rooted and connected to the goals, the goals that we have around equity, anti-racism, belonging? Do you feel there's a closer connection that's not being made? I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question because I really find this entire debate to be rooted in the technicalities of allocation versus recentering around our core values of showing up for all of our kids. I think the child poverty rate point is something we need to return to because at the end of the day, you have neighborhoods. We all know we all exist in our own socioeconomic bubbles. And I am in a more privileged bubble, certainly, but there are bubbles that are in the 40 to 60% child poverty rate. So that is a connection point that I want to talk about because we should be talking about programs that could potentially uplift neighborhoods, entire swaths of children that don't have access to the great grad programs or extra STEM after school workshops that my kids have access to simply by sheer virtue of, the geographical lottery of being born in a neighborhood where there are parents who are affluent and well connected and will donate and have the ability to fundraise at a higher level.
Thank you for that, Kira. And that's all for me, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee King. Thank you, Kira, for your delegation. Have a good evening. Delegate number 18, Sheila Matar. Hello, Sheila.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to delegate this evening. I come here wearing two hats, as a concerned parent and a concerned teacher. I've been teaching for over 25 years, and I've had the opportunity to teach in different socioeconomic areas. I have a unique viewpoint that many parents don't have. I've seen firsthand how schools with a lower LOI, the Learning Opportunity Index, which means lower needs, have many resources available, such as smart boards, numerous laptops and iPads, brand new sports equipment, and school trips. I've seen firsthand how schools with a higher LOI are struggling with very little technology available, less school trips, old equipment, and providing a snack program that helps alleviate their hunger. A student is hungry has more difficulty learning, and we face these challenges on a daily basis. We need to help close the equity gap in schools, and by passing this motion that the funding will be mandatory will be a good start. We need to share our resources in a depleted board so every child has the best opportunity to learn and grow. Sharing is caring, and as adults, we can learn from our youngest students how sharing is important in helping each other. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sheila, for your delegation. Any questions from trustees? Seeing none. Trustee Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Sheila, for your delegation. Sheila, I know you mentioned that you used to be a staff member. So in your experience, when you were in the school, have you heard of any system fundraising activities or opportunities where parents can contribute to another school in need?
No, I have never heard of that in the 25 years I'm still teaching, actually, by the way.
Oh, you're still teaching?
Yeah, and I've not ever heard about the pathways.
Perfect.
I'm excited that is a possibility.
Thank you. Now, if there was an opportunity in your experience from the parents that you do know, do you feel like they will participate voluntarily in a program like that?
Absolutely. I am also a parent, so I've also contributed to many fundraisers over many, many years. And I would be happy to give more money if I knew it would help another school and another child who needed it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now if this contribution were to be mandatory and we were to mandatorily deduct a percentage, do you feel like you or your parent peers will reduce their fundraising to schools?
No, I do not think so. No.
All right. Thank you, Sheila. I really appreciate it.
All right,
Thank you, Trustee Lee. And hearing none, thank you, Sheila, for your delegation. Have a great evening. Delegate number 19, Catherine Martins from Churchill Public School.
My name is Catherine Martins, a deeply invested member of the TDSB, a teacher and a parent of 4 children, a dedicated volunteer serving the community as school council co-chair at 2 TDSB schools for the past decade. It is with significant concern that I address the current proposal. The responsibility to address any disparities should ultimately lie with the government and TDSB. The percentage of funds that would mandatorily be taken from individual school council funds has not been decided and should be determined before the policy is voted on. There is no clear framework outlining how and where the funds will be distributed. System priorities is extremely vague. For transparency, details regarding allocation of money must be determined before the vote. Instead of paying an employee in a significant salary of $150,000 to oversee this mandatory policy, that money could be put towards deficits. If funds are given to schools without active councils, will their parents be required to help volunteer at donating schools' fundraisers? Parents who sacrifice to volunteer and work hard to raise money within their school communities are likely to feel discouraged if funds are redistributed without a transparent plan for how much will be taken and where it is going to be used, discouraging fundraising efforts. Numerous volunteers stated they would no longer participate in council if approved. A longstanding bylaw prohibits school councils using our funds for board expenses. Why is this now acceptable for some schools? The school-generated funds amounts being quoted for many of the schools is grossly inflated and inaccurate, as expenses were not taken into the equation. The middle school I'm at was inflated by $160,000. The elementary school I co-chair was increased by over $90,000. You cannot propose a financial policy when you are including school initiatives such as field trips, graduations, and photo days, and the expenses to run these council events, and have no actual account of the dollar amount councils are actually raising. The LOI is outdated. Our schools had a large increase of refugees that are already being supported by council fundraising. Yearly, our council sits down with administration, teachers, and parents to understand the needs of the community before voting and planning on a budget. Who will oversee the use of the funds at the receiving schools? Our schools are already addressing issues of equity and accessibility within our own schools. Councils provide administration with discretionary funds to confidentially support students and families in needs. Lunches and snacks provided to hungry students. Subsidize school trips so no child is excluded. Host parent education nights bringing in board-approved experts, and invite our neighboring schools who may not have councils or the funds to do so. This is what council does. Council is community coming together, supporting those in need, building relationships, and voluntarily giving back within their school and community. This is school council. In conclusion, PIAC is against the proposal. Principals and administration are against the mandatory deduction of council funds. The overwhelming majority of parents surveyed are against the mandatory use of council funds, as well as numerous petitions, some with more than over 1,000 signatures. Given these facts, the question must be asked, why are trustees considering proceeding against this collective voice? The proposed policy is demonstrably inequitable, lacks essential information, and carries a significant risk of undermining and ultimately collapsing school councils. Thank you for your consideration of these critical points. I trust you will weigh these concerns before making a decision that will profoundly impact our school communities.
Thank you, Catherine. We do have trustees who would like to have some questions of clarification. Trustee Lee.
Catherine, thank you for your delegation. In your experience at Churchill and Willowdale, have you heard of any systematic process or avenue through which your parent councils can contribute to another school community in need?
No, never, but I would love to.
So you answered my second question to say if there is an opportunity, you will, and you believe your community will.
Yes, but we also do already voluntarily support sister schools, help out. We coordinate events. We even bring parents to other schools to help run and raise at their schools.
Thank you. And now, if we were to mandatorily deduct a portion of your contributions, do you believe your total funds raised will decrease?
Absolutely. I've attended several forums on this over the last few weeks, and at every single forum that has been stated that parents are no longer going to participate. Not because they don't want to help out, not because they think they don't want to be equitable. It's not fair to mandatorily do this with no framework.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Catherine, for your delegation. Through the chair, you mentioned that the numbers reported in the report were sort of the gross dollars raised at Churchill and Willowdale. What was the net amount raised at each school?
So obviously it fluctuates year to year.
So the last year.
They're nowhere close. We were lucky last year at Willowdale if we did $15,000. That would be lucky, a lofty goal. And I would say Churchill, I think last year was 38, but I'd have to confirm.
Okay. So what are some of the things that were purchased with that 38? Let's just use one example.
So like I said, the principal discretionary funds, a big one. We give the principal the dollar amount that's to use to equity to help out. So she will use it for supplying lunches for students that don't have lunches, that don't have the school shirts, that can't afford the trips. But it's also done anonymously so that other people don't know. That's a great part of it. We use it for the school and snack programs, that sort of thing. Trips to equitably, so all people can afford to go on the trips. Those are some examples.
Wonderful. That's amazing that your individual school community does get to benefit from that. So thank you to parents for fundraising. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Pay.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Catherine, for your delegation. I have a few questions. Number one, why you think the transparency is the issue regarding this policy for mandatory donation?
So there has been no percentage stated, despite numerous random rumors being put out there. We do not know what the money is going to. We do not know how it will be overseen. So those are three major issues there that should be clear before anyone votes on a policy.
Okay, so basically, I think there's a policy really, but equity, mandate. So your school actually addressing the equity issues by fundraising, through this principal discretion fund. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have students that are new immigrants who can't afford a snowsuit. We've brought in snowsuits for them, provided groceries, given holiday events. We called school clothing drives where we're coming together and bringing clothing in, and food drives, but we're giving our community first serve at them before we then distribute it to other communities. This is not about luxuries.
Okay, great. You also mentioned that your community voluntarily contributed to other community already, right?
Yes,
Can
we
you give me
partnered with
example
another
for that?
school, for
Yeah.
example, that didn't know how to have a fun warfare, didn't have the thing. So we put all the money down to lock in the initial expenses. We then provided all of the parents, and we hosted it at their school for, I think, 3 years in a row to get them started, to see what it was like, to help them get going. But in the end, even though we fronted the volunteers, fronted the money, we then split the profit 50-50.
So that's amazing effort. Okay, my last question. You mentioned that the number, quoting the last report is not accurate in terms of your school actual, fundraising number compared to the number provided board. How different is that?
Drastic. When you're talking $160,000 and $90,000 above what we're actually doing, like $160,000.
Okay, I got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pate. Thank you, Catherine, for your delegation. Delegate number 20, Becca Young. Hi, Becca. Is she online? Thank you, Trustee Pate. Thank you, Catherine, for your delegation. All right. Go ahead, Becca. Somebody else?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the chance to speak today in support of the mandatory allocation of school council funds to a systems priorities fund. I'm a parent of a grade 4 student in Ward 10, and I'm co-chair of our student council. And our school is unique in a few ways that inform my perspective on this. We share our building principal, all the things, with an alternative TDSB school. And our two schools have a 150-point difference in LOI, with our sister school in the top 25% and ours in the bottom 50. Our school also has significant population that we don't ask for funds, with 6 IFP classes and as a homeschool for the local refugee center. In short, this structure means I see the material differences between schools with more resources to raise funds and schools with less access. Our two school councils used to approach fundraising separately. From the same shared cafeteria, we served gourmet pizza every week to one school and pizza every second Friday to the other. We had more enhancement programs for one school, more subsidies for the other. The differences showed, and it influenced students' feelings about themselves and the other schools. Today, we've built a more equitable model through efforts from school leadership in both councils. We fundraise as one, including pizza, and distribute funds 2/3 to our school, 1/3 to the other, calculated based on school population, not who raised the funds. But it took years of hard work to get there, and it only happened because our differences were visible in a personal and ongoing way through that shared space. So I'm here to speak for the schools and the families where those differences aren't visible. I also want to speak to some aspects of this proposal. On a decrease in parent giving, I think that's completely silly. And I can speak to our schools where parents know that technically for each dollar they give, 1/3 or 2/3 are allocated automatically to the other school
far beyond the tiny amounts discussed for this policy. And we have seen, of course, no decline in fundraising at all. And the question of can we rely on schools with greater access to funds to respond to voluntary wish lists and needs in other schools on an ad hoc basis, I'd also say no. There's far too much to do, and the nature of council spending differs greatly between schools. For example, our council keeps a float of funds because we find that needs emerge through the year, and our sister council pre-allocates the majority of their spending. Their choice to do that. But that means that recently, when the school shared a wish list for shared programming, our council was able to contribute several $1,000s, while our sister council was not able to. Those dollars had been spent. So unless we build system-wide solutions and make them mandatory, we will not have equity. Our students can't wait on nutrition and mental health programs until other schools decide to contribute. Charity is not equity, and the mandatory approach reflects the inclusion and equity that must be systemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Becca. We do have Trustee Lee on speakers list. Trustee Lee.
Becca, thank you for your delegation. Becca, has Northern been made aware of any TDSB programs where you can help a sister or a different school in a different community?
Yes, we have awareness, but it's not part of our spending, to my knowledge. It's certainly to date that I've been a part of the council.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your answer.
Yes, so we're aware of it, but it hasn't been part of the spending to date.
It hasn't been a part of
how we've spent our funds to date.
How you spend. Now, if the option has been made available to you, and the parent and the principal comes to say there is an initiative to help another community, do you believe your school will contribute?
I believe we would be far more likely to contribute through the mandatory program. We have a lot and a long wish list. Our ISP program would really benefit from an enhanced sensory room. And when we tend to do special project fundraising, the wish list is longer than we can tackle. And those are the kind of things that we're spending our energy on as a council. So I think we'd be far more likely to contribute through the mandatory program, which is how I think it should operate.
Okay, and why do you believe that your parents will not contribute voluntarily?
I think it would be hard to move it up to the priority list in a meaningful way. And I think that's reflected in the numbers to date, seeing, that the Central Equity Fund receiving donations across the TDSB in the hundreds of dollars. There's just too much to do. There's so much underfunding, even at well-resourced schools. It has to be mandatory to distribute it effectively.
Now, if it becomes mandatory, do you believe your parents will be discouraged and perhaps contribute less?
I don't think there's any likelihood of that happening. In fact, I think if we were able to pick it and add a reminder, 1%, 2%, whatever that final number looks like, a small donation goes to a Central Equity Fund, I think parents would absolutely be happy to contribute.
Becca, what if it is 25%?
I think that's to be discussed. I think that's, we could adopt any scare tactics. There's diminishing returns. At 99%, that would be a tough sell. I don't know where 25 hits, and I'm certainly not an economist or someone that believes that we should abandon the right model for equity and justice for something that feels like logistics.
So you don't believe it'll decrease if the amount is small? Is that, am I getting the right read?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Now, one last question. Why do you believe the parents would not be discouraged from contributing when there's a mandatory deduction, when the same parents are not willing to contribute voluntarily?
For the same reason, I think other folks believe that they'd be eager to contribute voluntarily, but all donations would stop when it became mandatory. I think that every council believes in public education and is doing their best to fund a long list with a short fund. And so that force factor in our situation shows that if you don't see it every single day, you're going to focus on what you do see. And that means the schools that are on the, that need more resources are going to get ignored if it's voluntary. And we need to force that with a mandatory program.
Thank you, Becca. I really appreciate your answers.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you so much, Becca, for your delegation. I really loved what you described in terms of the co-fundraising between you and your the other school co-located in the building. I was wondering if you could clarify the difference between the funds that were raised previous to getting the 1/3 of the funds raised now. If that makes sense. What was the other school raising before now?
I understand your question, but I don't have the experience to speak to that. I've been co-chair for 1 year and on the council for 3, and those changes predated that. I'll get that information and email this group.
That would be amazing. And what is the total number raised overall?
That's a great question. As I understand, it's about gross after we deduct the expenses. I believe it's around $12,000 to $20,000 a year for our side of the school, for our school.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Thank you, Becca, for your delegation. You have a great evening. Delegate number 21, Sarah Breger.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm co-chair of School Advisory Council at Fairbank Memorial Community School. My children are currently in grade 4, 3, and SK. I have been a parent at this elementary school since September 2019. I have been co-chair of SAC since September 2021. In addition to my roles and responsibilities as a parent and co-chair, I have recently been voted in as co-rep for PIAC and will serve a 2-year term. My willingness to spend a significant amount of time volunteering on behalf of my children's education is simple. I want them to succeed. In fact, I would love for all children attending school to succeed. Part of student success involves having a parent or guardian advocate. As such, for the last 4 years, I prioritize fundraising and building relationships with my school's teachers, admin, parents, students, my Ward 9 superintendents, and trustee. As you can imagine, parent engagement is challenging. A lot of barriers do come up at our model school. When we do fundraise, we rely on our community and parent engagement. Although this has been difficult over the last few years, we are starting to experience positive momentum. We are having meaningful discussions on how to spend our fundraise money, and we are excited about using these funds for our students, teachers, and school at large. If our fundraise money is taxed and taken from us without our voice being heard, it will be devastating. It should be our choice on how we want to spend our fundraise dollars. Giving to a systems priority fund should be voluntary. However, I have come up with 6 reasonable and equitable solutions. 1, mentoring school council chairs, executives, members, principals, and teacher liaisons on how to effectively fundraise. 2, implementing annual school council seminars regarding the importance of giving and the needs of students at lower income schools. 3, please update fundraising vendor lists and the fundraising bylaws. 4, mandating a buddy system via principal to principal and or SAC co-chair to co-chair based on the needs of students. 5, continue pressuring the provincial government to supply basic needs to students whose parents cannot afford things like clean socks and underwear, backpacks, lunches, and outdoor winter clothing. 6, request high school students complete volunteer hours via putting together kits for schools in needs, i.e. connecting low-income schools and seeing what the needs are, fundraising to get the items, and finally presenting a school with those needs. In conclusion, section 4.9 of the operational procedure regarding fundraising policies should remain status quo. That is voluntary given until an updated policy regarding the establishment of a systems priorities fund is clearly defined, outlined, and most importantly, parent approved. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Sarah. We do have a trustee who has a question, Trustee Lee, followed by Trustee Pay.
Sarah, thank you for your delegation. Same question. Does the Fairbank Memorial School community know of any TDSB central programs to help out another school that is also in need?
No, we do not.
And should there be such a program, do you believe your school community will participate?
Which program are you talking about?
Any program to help out another school in another
Like
community?
a buddy system?
Like a buddy system or a priority system where the system says, hey, we really need to help out this community because of these circumstances. Can you contribute?
Sure, on a voluntary basis.
Now, based on what you know from your community right now, if this deduction is mandatory, do you believe there will be a decrease in total funds contributed?
I'm not sure that's possible. Like,
Okay.
okay,
You're not sure that's about because it will not go lower.
because we're struggling to raise.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Pei?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sarah, for your wonderful delegation. I just want to learn a little bit more about the model school. How much money your school raised last year?
I believe $8,000.
Okay. So do you know any other, sibling like model schools, how much they raise?
I don't.
Yeah. Okay. But, I really appreciate the idea you mentioned. There's like, 6 strategies,
I
how
wanted
to.
to come here with solutions today.
Yeah.
So that everybody here could understand that there is a different way, because giving is not the issue. We all want to give, right? It's those specific words, voluntary, mandatory.
So, okay, I love that part. So what I think is, at the board as a whole, I think you mentioned there are 6 strategies. I love all of them. So at the board, at the trustees, what do you think we should advocate moving forward? Just make this policy.
All of these ideas that I came up with, I would love to just give to all of you.
Mhm.
Just giving them to you today.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for your active participation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Dawson?
Thanks. Hi, Sarah. Thank
Hi.
you for your delegation. In the past, Rawlinson has donated to Fairbank, and I was just wondering if you could share a little bit about how those funds were used.
Did it predate 2019?
No.
Then I wasn't aware.
Okay,
And I
that's
co-chair
inter-
SAC.
Okay, thank you.
I would have
That's
no
helpful.
idea
That's
that
really
we
helpful.
received money.
Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Hastings?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it possible, because you've got something that's clearly clear, and it's not as clear as mud, could you supply us with the list that you came down with?
Absolutely. I
Please.
would love to share that with everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. Trustee Siskandraja?
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for your delegation. And I appreciate the feedback and the suggestions. That's always helpful for us to hear. I just have a few questions. So I see that Fairbank, I think I heard correctly, is a model school. You've raised $8,000. In our last committee meeting, we also had conversations around what exemptions would look like. So perhaps model schools would be exempt from having to contribute, or those were some options that were discussed. But the question I have, we have schools that are fundraising in excess of $100,000 a year. And if Fairbank was to benefit from this fund, and was to be one of the schools that would be able to receive some benefits from this fund, would you say that the school community would decline that money because it was not voluntary?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I wouldn't know what happens in the future.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any follow-ups, Trustee Siskandraja? Thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for your delegation. Have a great evening. Delegate number 22, Melissa Payan. Not online. All right. Delegate number 23, Stacy Found from Avondale Public School.
No.
1 second.
No. Just hold on.
I think you're out of battery.
The batteries.
Where's the battery? Battery operated? Come on.
What do you think it is? It's wireless, cordless. Huh?
I want to talk with you. Come on.
Waited.
Can you all hear me now? Ooh,
Yes.
there we go.
Yes.
Good afternoon, trustees. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Stacy Found, and I'm a parent of a grade 8 student at Avondale Public School. I'm a community member, and I at one time sat on parent council. I am here respectfully to request that you vote against the policy to make it mandatory that a certain percentage of parent council funds go to the school board to be placed in a fund for redistribution. Our parent council works very hard to create fundraising events and to create community engagement opportunities for our school. Our parent council spends hours and hours planning events and engaging with outside community members to foster relationships within our community. These events are approved by our administrator, and the administrator approves all purchases that parent council funds support. These funds go directly back into our school. These funds go to items such as literacy tools, math tools, busing for trips, sports equipment, STEM program, a drama program. Those are just a few off the top of my head. They also go to such presentations as Science in the School Day. I am concerned that if this proposal passes, that our school will lose on funds that directly go back into our school. Ultimately, it'll be the students who suffer, as there will not be enough funds to support all programs and supplies required by our school. I'm also concerned that we will lose community engagement. I'm concerned about community engagement, as parents will not want to contribute to parent council events, as it will not fully go back into our community. I strongly feel that there is other ways that we could close the gap in inequity in schools, such as having administrators, councils, and communities work together to support sister schools and other programs that would help close this gap. I think that we could share our knowledge and expertise to support each other with fundraising so schools can have access to items that they require. I also feel that this proposal will not be in the best interest of all schools within the TDSB, as there will be less motivation to fundraise on a school level, knowing that a portion of these funds, and we have yet to know what that exact proportion will be, will go to somewhere else and not back into our school. It will create an incentive for some schools not to fundraise and not to put the effort that our school puts into doing that, and the initiative will then be lacking, as they know there will be support coming from a central fund. For all of these above reasons, I respectfully ask that you vote against this mandatory policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. We have Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Stacy, for your delegation.
Thank you.
Within your Avondale community, have you heard of any fundraising initiatives at the TDSB through which you can donate to a different school?
No.
Okay. And if such opportunity were to exist, would you say that your parent council members will be willing to contribute?
I think if we were given more information and we could do this on a voluntary basis, not mandatory, it would be something that our council could
Thank you.
could consider.
Thank you. Now, if it were mandatory, do you feel like your overall contribution volume or value will come down?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stacy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Pei, you next.
Thank you, CEO Chair. Thank you, Stacy, for your delegation. I just want to ask you some simple questions. How much your school as a community raised last year?
I don't have those exact funds, Trustee Pei.
Okay.
We're
So-
waiting on our administrator. for
Okay,
further
so
details.
I think is some other delegates mentioned that the number in the board report has a large discrepancy from the actual numbers. Do you feel the same way for
Yes.
Avondale?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I just want to tag on, like Trustee Lee's question that is regarding the opinion, like if there's a voluntary policy, would your school, in general, would support to put a, fund to support other schools if you know what it been for? What the purpose for? Yeah.
I think our school would support it if it was voluntary, as long as there were clear outlines as to how those funds would be managed, whom they would be managed by, where they were going, and there was accountability for those things.
So basically, in your opinions, the policy should be voluntary, should give the parents a choice rather than we really just put on the policy.
Yes, there should be a choice.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Stacy, for the delegation. You mentioned that one of the concerns that one of the issues that you're concerned about is a decrease in parent engagement.
Yes.
And of course, we know parent engagement is important to achievement. Can you just clarify whether or not your school council is also engaging in activities that are supporting achievement, well-being, community building outside of fundraising activities?
I do believe so.
And can you clarify just a little bit, maybe like the balance of how much is fundraising versus other? I'm just kind of curious about where the parent engagement, how it might look differently.
I can't speak to that directly, but we for sure are engaged within our community. There are lots of things we put on in terms of events that are free. So there's no cost to our community members, such as we did a game Avondale where parents could come, the students all played a game, there were prizes, all of which the prizes were donated to our school.
Okay, thank you. For that.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Dawson.
Thanks, Stacy, for your delegation. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what some of the things were that your school council funds have paid for in the past.
Sure. So in the past, they have paid for literacy tools such as online reading program. We have purchased before math manipulatives such as their little counting robotic items that help students with counting. The STEM program, we have, the council has purchased items for science purposes for the grade 7s and 8s. Busing for school trips, the drama program, they were just able to help support the drama presentation that took place in March.
Okay, that's amazing. Congratulations on raising those funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Thank you, Stacy, for your delegation. You have a great evening. Thank you. The trustees, we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more delegates. So we'll finish those delegates and then we'll go for break. Delegate number 24, Helen McKinnon. Online. Hello, Helen. *6 to unmute. No? All right. Delegate number 25, Joe Steele Sylvester. *6 to unmute. Hi, Joy.
Hi there. My apologies. I'm sorry. It was a little bit lagged. I apologize.
No worries.
Hello. My name is Joy. I'm a TDSB parent, a member of Parent Council for many years, and a proud member of the Black Affinity Space at Rawlinson Community School. I stand before you today to address the Mandatory Equity Fund policy, representing not only those who strongly support this initiative, but also those who, for various reasons, are unable to be here to voice their support. This is a matter of utmost importance because every child and every parent deserves to be heard, valued, and supported. This policy is about ensuring equity for all, and it is crucial that we recognize the significance of investing in the future of every child, regardless of their background or circumstances. All children and their families matter. I strongly advocate for the establishment of a central equity fund to highlight the significant equity gaps in schools across the city, which contribute to disparities in educational outcomes. Relying on voluntary contributions leads to inconsistent access to resources, creating an unstable and scarce funding model. Implementing this mandatory donation policy would set a crucial example for children, teaching them the value of equity. People often exist within their own socioeconomic bubbles and fail to recognize the gaps between schools. I am deeply concerned by the opposition to this mandatory donation policy as it is part of a larger effort to undermine DEI initiatives at TDSB. The funds redistributed through this policy would be dedicated to student enrichment activities, Chromebooks, smartboards, music program enhancements, sports jerseys, extracurricular activities, and more importantly, winter clothing, boots, socks, underwear, and school nutrition programs. There is no research suggesting that the System Priorities Fund would lead to a decrease in overall donations. As a parent with significant experience in community fundraising, including our annual fun fair, pizza lunches, Black Joy Club, to name a few, I would be even more motivated to fundraise if I knew that a portion of the funds raised would go toward a central fund that all schools in need could access. I've been a member of our parent council since my child was in JK. Every year up until recently, we have donated funds to support a local school. Last year, Rawlinson Community School raised $55,000. During our council meeting, it was decided to allocate $1,500 for a branded tent and another $1,500 for a community garden. Yet there was resistance to a proposal donating $500 to a local school in need. In addition, a greater resistance to allocate funds to the Black Affinity Space and other affinity spaces in our school. It's astonishing that we, with the privilege of raising these funds, would hesitate to help a nearby school that can barely raise 2% of what we've raised. While Rawlinson has donated voluntarily in the past, there have been years when donations were reduced or declined based on ideological beliefs of some parents. I want to ensure that a legacy of compassion and generosity becomes a permanent part of the school system. TDSB's implementation of this policy would indicate to have-not parents that TDSB really and truly cares. Parents who do not support this initiative, whether intentionally or not, are teaching their children to prioritize individual needs over collective needs. This type of mentality is dangerous and inconsistent with the values of TDSB and its commitment to equity and inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joy, for your delegation. We do have a question from Trustee Lee.
Joy, thank you for your delegation. You mentioned that at Rawlinson, you were aware of an initiative to help a different school, but your parent community did not wish to contribute. Did I hear that correctly?
We have, for up to this year, yes.
Okay. And so based on that knowledge, you also mentioned that you don't believe any mandatory deductions from contributions will reduce the total amounts of funds raised. How do I equate these two comments?
Well, to be clear, I mean, Trustee Pai, where I stand is that nothing's going to change. The community that we are in at Rawlinson Community School are very generous, and I don't believe that anyone is going to stop donating because this policy becomes mandatory. That's where I stand.
So you believe parents will not voluntarily contribute, but they will not reduce their contribution if they were taxed an amount on their contribution.
I don't think anything will change personally based on the parents that I've come across and I've had conversations with, Trustee Pai. I don't think anything will change. I believe that we will continue to raise the funds, and as long as it's distributed fairly and accordingly, and we're open and compassionate and truly continue to thrive off of equity, I think we'll be perfectly fine. We won't solve everything, but at least we can do our part to help. That's where I stand.
Thank you, Joy. By the way, it is Trustee James Lee, but that's okay.
Oh, James Lee, my apologies.
No apologies necessary. You probably didn't hear it properly, easily anyways. I just have one last question. I want you to help me expand on something that you mentioned, because you mentioned something along the lines that this will help the TDSB, make the system more equitable. Now, can you expand on why you believe it is parents' responsibility to drive equity into the system as opposed to the central board?
Well, pretty much this. If a school I can only speak for Rawlinson because that's where my children attend. And if we could spend $1,500 on nonsense like a branded tent and $1,500 on a community garden that no one seems to know where it's located, I think giving a fraction to the equity fund, and if we are even able to, still help our sister schools. I don't see a problem with that. I really don't.
Okay, but from what I'm hearing, Joy, you will be happy to contribute to your sister school if a voluntary opportunity were to present itself.
Well, up until this year, we've always donated to a sister school or a sibling school or local school. But I don't, with the parents that I've had this discussion with, we don't see it. There's so many other things that we can be able to tackle than this. I mean, we should definitely think about others. That's what we teach our children, correct?
I understand. Thank you very much for your answers.
Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Thank you, Joy, for your delegation. So trustees, this concludes delegation on fundraising policy. Moving along, delegate number 26, and this is regarding code of conduct. Delegate number 26, Lisa Swarsman.
Hello?
Hi.
Yes, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No worries, take your
Is
time.
it my turn? I'm sorry, I'm number 26. I don't think it's my turn yet. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
It's my turn now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I was told I was number 26.
Yeah, you are number 26, Lisa.
Okay, sorry. I can go ahead right now.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So thanks for letting me speak. My name is Lisa. I'm a parent within the TDSB. I volunteer in my child's school in Ward 9 and attend trustee and board meetings, and I am a voter in Ward Spadina, Fort York. On February 12th, 2025, the Planning and Priorities Committee meeting, which included nearly 100 delegates, showcased a disturbing display of falsehoods and hatred. I'm not here to speak about that specific content, but I am here to express concern about the board's failure to follow its own governance procedures, specifically procedure PR 718, section 6.4. I'll read it to you. Quote, delegations are open to members of the TDSB community, including parents, caregivers, students, and volunteers, residents of the City of Toronto, and individuals or organizations serving the TDSB community, end quote. At the February 12th meeting, many delegates that were approved to speak were not members of the TDSB community. Some didn't even reside in Toronto. We saw participants from the Peel and Halton regions, for example. Why is this board allowing people from outside communities and outside school districts to influence decisions in the Toronto District School Board? You had this information. Their municipality was listed directly under their names on screen. The delegates who acknowledged residing outside Toronto used their speaking time to spread false narratives and vitriolic anti-Semitism. I simply call it Jew hatred. This was meant to be a meeting addressing how Jew hatred has spiked in Toronto schools, but instead people outside of the TDSB community were allowed to hijack the topic and go on a hateful diatribe instead for hours. They're outside the TDSB community and do not represent the TDSB's Jewish community and should not have been allowed to speak at this meeting on anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, it's rare for us TDSB parents of Jewish children to be consulted in meaningful decision-making that directly affects our children's education. My child, who loves learning and asks for extra science homework, has seen the hatred and is lately scared to go to school. By violating Procedure 6.4, this board has not only broken its own rules, but it has deeply damaged its credibility and the trust of the community it is meant to serve. It's time to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Questions from trustees online? Nope. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for your delegation. Delegate number 27, Carly Cohen. No? All right. This ends the delegation. Is she there? Oh, she's there.
Wait.
You Carly Cohen,
I'm
right?
Carly.
Great. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead, Carly.
Good evening. My name is Carly, and I'm speaking today both as a Jewish parent of 3 children who attend a TDSB school and as a representative of our broader community. I am here on behalf of many who are deeply concerned and disheartened by what was permitted to unfold during the committee meeting held on February 12th. Over the course of 7 hours, multiple delegates were allowed to disseminate hate speech, including anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist rhetoric. According to the TDSB's own code of conduct, the committee chair has the authority and indeed the obligation to intervene when such violations occur. Yet not a single member acted to stop the spread of its hatred. Every person on that panel remained silent. Not one of you interrupted or objected. This inaction stands in direct contradiction to your own bylaws, specifically bylaw 6.18, which clearly states that delegates must not promote hate, harassment, or violate the Ontario Human Rights Code or TDSB policies, use offensive, obscene, or defamatory language, gestures, or images, discuss topics beyond the scope of their delegation. Bylaw 6.19 further reinforces that any delegate engaging in such behavior may have their delegation stopped and may be removed from the meeting. This did not happen. However, today, when Delegate 11 finished, Trustee Lee made a point to tell him to maintain a level of respectiveness when speaking to trustees. The failure to act sends a dangerous message that this type of hate is permissible within your institution and the consequences are already visible. This past week, a grandmother was enraged when she heard that a lunchroom supervisor at Alexander Muir Public School was showing graphic war videos from Gaza to kindergarten students, including her granddaughter. Who's accountable for this? 2 weeks ago, at my children's school, a grade 6 student told a group of peers that he wished Hitler were alive to kill all the Jews. This incident happened on school property during school hours. It was a hate crime, and yet it was not reported to the police. Why? Why was it left to me as a parent to ensure this act was taken seriously? Why did it take days for the school to notify the parent community? And why did concerned families have to wait over a week for return phone calls? Why was it necessary for parents to escalate to the superintendent and director of education to receive basic information? This is unacceptable. If these examples don't demonstrate the urgent and critical need for comprehensive education around anti-Semitism, I don't know what will. Schools cannot be considered safe spaces if hatred of any kind is allowed to persist unchallenged. I urge you to enforce a zero-tolerance policy for hate, including anti-Semitism, both in your committee meetings and throughout the TDSB schools. And this policy must be supported by meaningful mandatory education for all staff and students on the history, impact, and present-day reality of anti-Semitism. Our children deserve better. They deserve to learn in an environment that is safe, inclusive, and free from hate.
Thank you, Carly, for your delegation. Trustees, any questions of clarification for Carly? Trustees online? Seeing, hearing none. Thank you, Carly, for coming today. This ends our delegation list for Code of Conduct. We have the last one on anti-Semitism report. Delegate number 28, Haley Ben Isaac.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Haley Ben Isaac, and I am a Jewish parent with a child currently attending a TDSB middle school. I'm here tonight because my family is living the consequences of what happens when anti-Semitism is ignored, dismissed, or buried under bureaucracy. Last year, after October 7th, my son endured anti-Semitic harassment from classmates. And while that was painful enough, what really rattled him and me was what happened with staff. Two of the teachers at the school began wearing keffiyehs and decorated their classroom with watermelon imagery. To some, these may seem like cultural symbols, but in the immediate aftermath of the Hamas attacks, they were widely used as political symbols celebrating violence against Jews. That's how they were experienced by my son and by many in our community. He told me that it made him very uncomfortable. He even had the courage to ask one of the teachers why she was wearing it. Instead of responding with care or curiosity, she took him to the principal's office. There, the principal told him she's allowed to wear it because she identifies as a Palestinian. But this isn't about identity. A keffiyeh is not a religious garment like a Sikh turban or a kippah. It's a political symbol, and in that moment, it sent a message. And the message was your pain is not valid, your fear is not welcome. As a parent, I was unable to explain why adults in his school were allowed to wear what we as Jews identify as a symbol of hate, while he was expected to sit quietly and accept it. I found myself making an analogy to try and make sense of it for myself. It felt almost like being in a predominantly Black school and seeing a teacher wear a white hood. That is how threatening it felt, not because of what the garment is, but because of the meaning it carried in that moment. And now, with the board's adoption of anti-Palestinian racism, even asking that question, why is this okay, could be reported as a hate incident. That's chilling. We've experienced quieter forms of erasure too. Just this week, some Jewish parents volunteered to put up a Passover display at our school. The vice principal insisted that half the display remain focused on Ramadan, which had already had its display up. This is despite the fact that Ramadan is already ended, and therefore the VP is limiting the material that could be showcased for the upcoming Jewish holiday. It may seem small, but these moments accumulate and they tell our children that your identity is negotiable. Which brings me now to the board's decision to delay the standalone anti-Semitism strategy and consolidate it into a single anti-hate and anti-racism framework. At a time when Jew hatred is running rampant and when reports of anti-Semitism in schools are at record highs, this board caved to pressure. You had a clear, thoughtful report on affirming Jewish identities, and instead it's been sidelined. We are told to wait, again, to be a footnote in a catch-all plan that may arrive too late. If anti-Semitism truly matters, it deserves its own strategy with deadlines, with accountability, and the courage to act now. Please do not let this issue be buried in a multi-year generalized framework that will come too late for too many. Jewish students are not theoretical. They are here and they are hurting. If anti-Semitism matters, then it needs its own strategy with clear timelines, real accountability, and the courage to act. Please don't let this moment pass with more delays. Our children are watching and they need to know they matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley, for your delegation. Trustees, questions of clarification for Haley? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you, Haley, for your delegation. Have a great evening. And this ends our delegation for today, trustees. And thank you all the delegates who join us today. We'll be going on break and we'll be back at 8:15 p.m.
Trustees, we are going to get started again. So we have wrapped up all the delegations, so we will move on to number 5, report from trustees appointed to the Ontario Public School Boards Association, OBSPA's Director's Report. Trustee Williams. Can we get the mic?
Check, check, check. Thank you, and through the chair. So the OPSPA Director's Report is in eScribe. It was also sent out by email to all the trustees. Thank you, and through the chair. So the OPSPA Director's Report is in eScribe. It was also sent out by email to all the trustees. You'll see the first page is just the overview about OPSPA, the list of our trustees appointed to OPSPA, and additional participation at OPSPA is there in the report. The item on page 2, the call for nominations, the OPSPA elected positions for 2025. The annual meeting is coming up, and this email with all the details about the annual meeting, nominations. The annual meeting will be taking place on Friday, June 13th, and it's going to be held at Queen's Landing in Niagara on the Lake. All of the details are there, and the links to all the information trustees will need. That information was emailed to all public school board trustees and copied to the directors of education and administrative assistants / executive assistants to the directors. All the details continue on to page 3 of the report and on to page 4. At the bottom of page 4, what you'll see, part 5, the Central East Regional Council meeting that took place this past Saturday. It ended up being online because of the weather. There were issues out in Lindsay with the physical location, so it ended up being online. Myself and Trustee King were in attendance. The information is there. There was discussion about the municipal school board elections and resources available. There are links to those resources, and it was basically a discussion and providing feedback as to trustees' experience in the 2018 and 2022 elections and the resources that are available to support candidates. There was information provided about the mandatory ministry directed professional learning that's going to be required to be completed in summer of 2025. We're waiting for the modules and the webinar to be available, but it apparently is going to be offered by the Ontario Education Services Corporation, and they'll deliver it in 2 parts. Essential Governance 2025, self-directed online modules. Apparently there'll be about 6 of them, and a webinar as part 2. There was some discussion about the policy, resolution, and bylaw amendment submissions. Last year, you may recall that our board submitted for last year's OPSPA AGM some requested amendments to the Constitution and bylaws to add the Black Trustees Caucus. We don't anticipate TDSB making any resolutions this year, but I wanted to confirm that with this board. So that would be an action item, but it's not anticipated that we have any resolutions for the upcoming OPSPA annual meeting. The legislative updates continued on page 5. You know, most everyone here knows there's a federal election coming. Election day on April 28th. And this is just some links and information to the information that's available. If you wish, it's just a lot of information there about the upcoming federal election. The next item is the provincial government updates. On March 19th, the Premier announced the new cabinet, and Paul Calandra is now the Minister of Education. Legislative Assembly of Ontario resumes on April 14th to select a Speaker of the House, and returning the next day for the throne speech. The week of March 10th, the official opposition announced the shadow cabinet, and there's a link to all of the information there. The official opposition obviously being the NDP, and Merritt Stiles, the leader. Part 7 on the 6th page. This is also an action item. The 2025 Healthy Democracy Student Leadership Award nominations are open. And this is a $1,000 award to one graduating English public school student in each of OPSPA's 5 regions. There is a link there to the information sheet for our Central East region and the contact email. It was requested that our communications staff share this information and the flyer to all secondary schools, and the deadline for receipt of application packages is June 6, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. The next item is just a reminder of the Indigenous Trustees Council. Their OPSPA's Indigenous Trustees Council, composed of First Nation trustees appointed to school boards and other Indigenous trustees elected through the municipal electoral process. The next part, the Black Trustees Caucus. Here, I just wanted to highlight that on March 27th of this year, the Ontario Human Rights Commission released its Dreams Delayed, Addressing Systemic Anti-Black Racism and Discrimination in Ontario's Public School System, an action plan outlining the Commission's strategy to address systemic anti-Black racism and discrimination in Ontario's publicly funded education system. There's a number of links there. I believe the report did give a nod to our Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement. During the consultation process, OPSPA's Black Trustees Caucus did have the opportunity to meet with the Ontario Human Rights Commission staff and provided feedback, also submitted a written submission, and we're very pleased that some of the recommendations in that submission from BTC, the Black Trustees Caucus, were reflected in the report, the action plan. Just to note, the action plan, when the Black Trustees Caucus of OPSPA met with the Human Rights Commission staff, they did emphasize that this action plan is going to be focused more on outcomes as opposed to process. So it was very encouraging to hear. The next item on the last page, 7 of 7, OPSPA's professional development for trustees. Just a reminder, May 1st and 2nd, all trustees are welcome to join, to participate in the professional learning taking place at the 2025 Education, Labor Relations, and Human Resources Symposium. And all the information is there, and there's links as well. On July 2nd to 5th, we're going to have opportunity, all trustees are welcome. The Canadian School Boards Association, Congress, and National Trustee Gathering on Indigenous Education will be taking place in Winnipeg. Keynote speaker will include Speakers will include Dr. David Suzuki, Carla Hughes, Fred Penner, Dr. Cindy Blackstock, et cetera. There's more details in the link to the site there. For both of these professional development opportunities, as per our board policy, pre-approval of trustees is required prior to registering for the conference. The next is just a list of upcoming meetings and events. And I just want to point your attention to May 20th to 23rd. More information will follow. The OPSPA's Take Your MPP to School Week. We've participated in the past and it's been very successful. So watch for more information with regard to OPSPA's Take Your MPP to School Week. And the last item, just some links to some useful resources. And I'll draw your attention to OPSPA's members sites. All of us have access to this, and it's a great place to see resources, the submissions that OPSPA's made, and meeting minutes. So all of those links, very useful. And that's my report. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Trustee Williams, for the thorough report. Any questions?
So I just want to get clarification from this board with regard to the action item for the upcoming OPSPA's annual meeting, just to confirm that TDSB for this annual meeting doesn't have any constitutional amendments that are being requested or bylaw amendments that are being requested or resolutions.
I'm assuming no, because what's the deadline, Trustee Williams?
So the air quotes deadline is today. But, you know, the staff understand that boards have different schedules of meetings. And this request for submissions is done well in advance because OPSPA's staff and legal will vet the submissions.
Okay.
So if we know today that we don't have any, I can let them know tomorrow that we don't expect to have any resolutions from TDSB.
Trustee Erhard?
Through the chair,
You don't have to stand.
Oh, I don't have to stand. Sorry, thank you. My apologies. I'm in it now. I'm just wondering if, through the chair, to any members that are highly engaged in OPSA, if there's any advantage to putting forward anything consistent with already passed board motions on advocacy to the province related to budget deficits. My understanding is many other school boards are facing financial challenges. I know that OPSA is also consistently advocating, but just putting that out there, that we have already passed motions to advocate to all orders of government and specific areas for that advocacy, including a provincial underfunding. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Trustee Williams, is the deadline different for constitutional resolution as opposed to policy resolutions?
It's the same.
Same? Okay, thank you. We don't have anything on the table today, so why don't we just, we have a board meeting next week. If there is no motions that are being presented as in the context of emergency based on the timeline, then we would have that as the final date.
Okay, through the chair, that's fine. So I've touched base with staff at OPSPA and indicated that I'd let them know tomorrow if we need it until April 17th, because our board meeting is on the 16th. And just timeline-wise, just a reminder that the OPSPA annual meeting compared to last year is a month ahead. So we should flag that for future resolutions. We'd need to look at them in the April round April schedule of board meetings in anticipation of the OPSPA general meeting happening in June for next year.
Thank you. Trustee Arts.
Through you, Mr. Chair, might I suggest, like if nothing comes forward for April, that that as a board, we maybe set aside a goal in the fall to have a discussion about constitutional or policy resolutions for OPSPA. Many boards actually submit them in the fall, knowing that they actually don't go to the table until the AGM, but they will draft them up and they will circulate them to other boards if they have something. There was one a couple of years ago where northern boards wanted to move to more hybrid meetings to make the meetings more accessible. They've floated that already in the fall, let people know. So if there's that kind of discussion, would maybe be better for us in the fall to have time to consider what kind of bigger constitutional changes we might want to see, and then also get support from other boards. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hey, thank you through the chair. I think that's a wonderful suggestion, just to be prepared ahead of time and have opportunity to have those conversations. It doesn't necessarily mean that we'll make a submission, but there's more time to consider.
All right, thank you very much. That's it for that one. Do we need a motion to receive this? No, no, we got. We'll move on to the next item, number 6, from Toronto Lands Corporation. There are 7 reports in the public section. So we are going to have TLC representative actually go take us through all 7 items, and then we will vote together on the item unless somebody requests it to be separated out. So I'm going to ask Associate Director Zucker to introduce the item.
Thank you. And through the chair, we do have CEO of TLC, Ryan Glenn, here to speak to those 7 reports. So I'm going to turn it to Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you. And yes, as the chair mentioned, we have 7 items in public session tonight for your consideration. The first item, 6.1, is the 2023-2024 Toronto Lands Corporation Annual Report. The TLC's shareholders direction mandates that we provide the TDSB with the annual report. In that report, we outline our results and achievements with respect to our previous year's annual plan, including financial and KPI targets. The 2023-2024 annual report, which will follow, provides the most significant work from the prior year and outlines our success and alignment with the TDSB's strategic goals. The 2023-2024 annual report is presented in conjunction with our multi-year strategic plan. Apologies, that's the next item, demonstrating the first steps towards implementing our strategic. Happy to answer. And apologies, do we wait to the end to take questions, or we do it item by item? Oh, I'm just wondering if you would want me to go through all of them, or do we take questions for each item as they go through?
I thought you were going to do all of them and then take questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So our second item, 6.2, is our multi-year strategic plan. We've titled it Pathway to Foundational Schools in Our Communities. The TLC's shareholders direction mandates developing a long-term strategic plan for the organization following the approval of TDSB's multi-year strategic plan. This presents a requirement to evaluate TLC's strategic direction and ensure alignment with the TDSB. The broader theme of our plan is the establishment of foundational school approach to developing and renewing, and it comes directly from TLC's guiding principles. You'll find those in the report. As a first step toward developing our multi-year strategic plan, the TDSB Board of Trustees approved a presentation on the applications of these principles at its meeting of the 22nd of May, 2020. The TLC will use its multi-year strategic plan to guide initiatives. Many of them are outlined in that report through 2025 through 2029, with specific goals and objectives to be brought forward to the board annually as part of our TLC annual plan. The next item for consideration is item 6.3. This is the update on the potential future school at Etawawa Lane. It's a mixed-use development with a podium elementary school. The report provides the TLC and the TDSB boards with an update on recent progress toward redeveloping 50 Etawawa Lane into a mixed-use development with a podium elementary school, and provides a high-level overview of how this project will advance over the next 12 months. It's a significant project insofar that it will be the first school that's progressed by the TLC with the TDSB that it takes a school-first approach to a mixed-use development. And what that is focusing on the functionality of the school, which being the primary consideration for the redevelopment, along with providing housing opportunities as well. The next report, 6.4, is the strategy to address growth and intensification. 2024 update to the board on land use planning matters. This report is a general update to TLC board as well as the TDSB on the strategy to address city growth and intensification, with the direction to report periodically to the board at a minimum annually to provide a general overview and highlights of various land use planning matters which the TDSB is involved. And these are handled by the TLC. The next report, which is 6.5, the OLT Land Tribunal Appeal of the City of Toronto Zoning Bylaw 569, 2013. This report provides an update to the TDSB's longstanding appeal of the City of Toronto Zoning Bylaw, which was proposed to downzone and strip away permissions on a majority of TDSB sites, significantly sterilizing and devaluing the properties and limiting their potential use. The sixth report is for McCown Road Junior Public School. It's a declare surplus report. This report comes forward because the current tenant of McCown Road, which is UMC High School, is vacating the property. And as a requirement, the Ministry of Education requires a submission of these properties, which we've declared surplus, for sale or for lease by an intake process that has yet to be scheduled. We hope that this property will be part of the next intake process. And once approved, we will seek a partner to lease that property, and we will maintain ownership of that property subsequent to that lease. And the final public report we have, which is 6.7, the expropriation by Metrolinx of Pape Junior Public School. One moment. This report provides an update on discussions with Metrolinx for compensation for the property takings and impacts of Pape Avenue Junior Public School, and seeks authority to execute offer of acceptance B, which is an advance payment, which does not prejudice us for further negotiations with Metrolinx under Section 25 of the Expropriations Act. Those are our 7 public reports that we have before you. Happy to answer any questions you might have. Staff who worked with us to prepare them are online as well to answer the questions that you may have on each item.
Thank you. We have 3 trustees on the list so far: Trustee Lee, Trustee Laskin, and Trustee Earhart. So Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question, but I just want to recognize the good work that the team at TLC has been doing under the leadership of Ryan and John in the chair. It's my first term on that on the board of that organization, and I've seen firsthand the level of creativity and professionalism that goes into protecting TDSB's interests. And this thing doesn't work. Yeah, in protecting TDSB's interest and also trying to maximize the return on our capital assets. So thank you very much, team, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Associate Director. Was TLC not asked to make presentations on these items? Why are we just getting titles?
Sorry, through the chair, like to present each of these reports?
Well, at least a slide. So when you talk about 6.1 or 6.2, the trustees that aren't on TLC actually know what we're talking about. Because it's my experience that, yes, we all receive these reports in advance, but I'm not going to put a bet on who's actually read them. And this is in public, and this is a conversation. And I just think it would have been very helpful if they would have been allowed to present at least 1 or 2 slides on each of these items. So when they described it, there was a picture in front of trustees to actually visualize and see, especially the work on the annual report and the multi-year strategic plan. I mean, these are really important documents that set direction that we entrust the TLC to do our work with. And I just don't think they've been presented appropriately for the amount of work that has gone into these. So obviously, I completely support these. I'm on TLC. I've had the privilege of listening to these discussions and analyzing these reports. But I think in the future, to acknowledge the work, I think they should be allowed to actually present at least high level on these reports and just not go through a list. I just don't think it's appropriate. So I felt the need to make those comments. Thank you.
And thank you, and through the chair, noted, and especially with regards to the annual report for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Earhart.
Thank you. And I too actually would have enjoyed that because I did read the reports, and I think there's a lot in these reports to be excited about. I think there's a lot that adds public value, that's innovative, that aligns with the things that I think get so many of us excited about what we're trying to achieve for students and for our broader community and for the city of Toronto over time. And so I just want to congratulate everyone involved because I think they're really exciting. I do have a few questions. I had them grouped by item. And so I'm going to start with the TLC multi-year strategic plan. And if need be, I'll get back on the list, but I will try to be brief in the interest of time. On page 9 of the TLC multi-year strategic plan, there is a direct reference around schools for modernization, and that TDSB will identify schools that are priorities for repair and modernization. TLC recognizes that cultivating relationships with public sector, not-for-profit, and community-based partners is a critical part of working efficiently and successfully meeting TDSB's real estate goals. TLC's strategic partnerships team will cultivate these relationships and explore new partnership funding. And I'm wondering, I just wanted to hear more about that. I wanted to hear more about the vision. It sounded exciting, and I wanted to hear more. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for the question. I appreciate the sentiment. Specifically, I want to, and Marcus O'Brien-Fair here is with me, who's key to putting this report together, and it was no small task. So I appreciate that. What I would say is that, yeah, I think the key for the success for a lot of these initiatives, whether or not it be 50 Etawatamacina, which we touched on in the run through, as well as some of the other sites that are highlighted in here, is the opportunity, and I think requirement actually, especially now in today's climate, to seek out partners, specifically community partners, for a number of reasons. One, the ability to get access to funding, whether or not that be other levels of government or capital programs of our partners. As well, there's economies of scale in building, whether or not that's building a school with a community center, with a childcare, or with housing. There's significant cost savings when you're bundling a capital program together. So at a high level, that's what we're getting at. And I think, but what I would want to reinforce is that we want to take a creative approach as much as possible to, I think, manifesting these new projects. I think we need to think outside the box differently than what we've done in the past. And I think that's really what we're trying to hammer home as part of this report, specifically the section in which you referenced it, Trustee.
Okay, thanks so much. I think it's very exciting. I think when done right with the goal of unlocking and sustaining public value into the long term, I think it stands to be really important. And I'm in a community where that kind of thinking was taking place around the centennial when pools were built, that the city and the schools have been able to share and leverage successfully since Canada's centennial. So I'm very excited to see this approach and just want to say thank you. I am going to jump into some of the other reports with my time here. The next one was 50 Ananana Lane. My apologies. It's not in the ward I represent. In reviewing that, I wanted to ask if there would be access to a pool anywhere on the on the plant, on the property overall. And I did want to ask about childcare. The report specifically stated that there would not have space for further childcare in the building, if I read it correctly. And I wanted to see what further considerations were being made there. Just knowing that having one city-based community center with a childcare provider would likely be insufficient for the anticipated demand, just from experience in the ward I represent, where we're only meeting 45% of demand for childcare, for licensed childcare, and we need several community centers and several childcare centers co-located with schools in order to achieve it. So I just want to future-proof any buildings and wanted to hear what was being done in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. And I'm going to turn it over in a moment to Barbara Carew, who I believe is online, who's the Director of Partnerships and Development at the TLC, who can answer the question with respect to the childcare. But I'm going to start out by saying that with respect to the pool, and I know you mentioned it's not your ward, but this site, we're fortunate to potentially have a school directly adjacent to the relatively new Bessarion Community Center, which does have a pool. And we're in discussions with the City of Toronto about accessing that pool for the students. And this goes back to, I think, your comments for the previous report, which is the idea of, maximizing the utility of our shared public service and public asset. And I think that's really what we see as a value here. So not only that, but the potential new schoolyard will be the park, Etiwanawassina Park across the street. So again, it's utilizing the public asset to the best for the public in general. That being said, with respect to the childcare, I know Barb has an update on that. So Barbara, I'll turn it over to you if you're online.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Great. So through the chair, trustee, on the childcare piece, originally we had not considered it because it was not something that was put into the initial program of the school. However, this was something that was also raised by the TLC board at our meeting. Since that time, we have had discussions and reached out to the City of Toronto Children's Services. And given the expansion of density and additional population expected in the area, they have confirmed with us that they would like us to continue to explore the idea of incorporating additional childcare space at this location as part of the school. So we will be putting that into the program as we go through any kind of facility fit program and design of the future school.
Okay, thank you. That eases my mind greatly. We've had so many discussions as a board about standalone childcare centers on properties because it was not built previously. And so I think future-proofing new developments for this in line with federal legislation in support of childcare is very important. And so thank you very much. I think I did have questions as well around PAPE. If I can turn to that. And PAPE school is in the community I represent. And I know this board has also heard about the situation at PAPE through the relocation that this board recently approved. The school is still at the PAPE site. And my understanding is this easement takes effect irrespective of this report on May 1st. But I've heard many questions about what the expropriation means because it includes a permanent easement. And so does that mean that Metrolinx or eventually the city can access a schoolyard at any time? Like, what are the terms that they can access the underground easement on the school? And can they just go on the school property at any time? How is it determined that they can go on the school to access that underground easement? And thank you. I hope I've framed that correctly. I'm not a planner. Thank you.
Through the chair, appreciate the question. And online to answer the question, I have the Director of Real Estate and Leasing on behalf of the TLC, Wilbur Wong, and Jennifer Kowalski, who's the manager handling the file as well. So I'll turn it to both of them and they can, I'm sure, answer that question for you.
Thank you, Ryan. Through the chair, I will actually refer you over to Jen Kowalski, who is the subject matter expert here. Jen, if you'd like to go ahead.
Sure, absolutely. And through the chair, thank you for giving me this opportunity to respond to the question. Yes, the expropriation includes a permanent easement, which is for a underground relocated storm sewer, as well as a portion of the property on the east side. Once the expropriation process has been completed already. And so this was done without the city, without TLC or TDSB's sort of approval or consent. It is something that they are allowed to proceed with under the Expropriation Act. What happens is that as of the possession date, which is May 1st, they do have the legal right to use the property for the purposes that are described in the expropriation plan. However, I do want to separate out the construction management issues and practices from the real estate interest. So while they do have an interest, a permanent easement over a portion of the schoolyard property, they will sort of comply with everything, sort of the regular protocols for accessing the property, providing communication to the school, and sort of following any sort of normal practices that we would expect from anyone who would be entering the property for the purposes of, sort of doing, whether that's maintenance, inspections, or any other work. So, as I said, they do have a real estate right. That is a legal right under the expropriated lands, but we do expect that they will continue to communicate with us and follow any sort of standard practices prior to exercising those rights.
Okay, thank you. So they do have to give prior notice? Is it required somewhere, or is it more a standard that we need to continue and that we would expect of any public agency that as a province, we would be willing to have operate on other public land? Thank you.
Through the chair for the clarification, yes, we would say that prior to accessing the property, they would follow any sort of standard protocol or access. It's not explicitly laid out in the expropriation plan that they shall, provide the following notice, but absolutely, we have that assurance from Metrolinx that they would not be doing work without prior communication to the school.
Thank you.
Okay, is my time
Yeah,
up?
your time's.
Okay, I'll go back to my list after, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm going to mimic a little bit my TLC colleagues. Like Trustee Lee, I've been really encouraged by what's happening at TLC. This is my third stint there, and it's really exciting to see the projects that are going on and the collaborative effort that's between staff and everyone in the room rowing in the same direction to try to get things done. It's really encouraging. But I also share Trustee Laskin's view that this was a pretty big opportunity. We might have been able to make more of the opportunity. It wasn't that long ago that TLC was in the papers, and it was going through a transition phase, and it was, I think an opportunity to talk about the annual plan and the strategic plan would have been a good thing, and would have been encouraging for trustees to hear. Members of the public that were paying attention would have been encouraging for them to hear. My first term, so the last term of the trustees, we actually dedicated a night, and we got together and we talked about TLC as a whole, and we had a planning session, and it was a big presentation about what TLC was, why it was important, the direction it was taking, and it was a great information session for TDSB trustees who were not directors and had not been directors on TLC. It was a great information night and a great opportunity to see what was going on. When I was first elected and learned about TLC, I asked for a meeting and was granted a meeting, private meeting, and they telling you about all aspects of the business. And someone started telling me about the work that goes into leasing. And with all respect to Mr. Wong, I started to yawn. But then someone started to tell me about the collaborative efforts and all these new things. And these number 3, the 6.3, this new school and the new collaborative project and what's possible when different components of government get together and we look at the challenges that everybody has, and instead of what we do too often, sitting in our silos trying to figure out what our problems are, but actually getting together and serving the needs of the community and that of the taxpayer, and doing it in a collaborative nature is really fun to see and exciting to see. I know everyone I talk to that joins TLC, 6.3 is why they join. It's the really cool stuff, the what's possible out there, that and to see some of that come to fruition is really exciting. And I've got the benefit of knowing, as do my colleagues, that there's more coming down the road, and there's other opportunities that are being explored. So with that, I'd just like to thank the team for their efforts and encourage my trustee colleagues that when you get an opportunity, something's happening in your ward, it's a really good use of time to sit down with the TLC staff and understand it. And there's lots of great opportunities out there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Any other trustees for the first round? Trustee Arts?
Thank you. I want to echo the comments on annual report and multi-year strategic plan. Say thank you. It's really exciting, and I love even the new title, Pathway to Foundational Schools in Our Communities. I think this is what we've been collaboratively working towards for a number of years. So thank you very much. I do have one question, and I'm hoping that you can walk me through the Land Tribunal appeal. Just in terms of the background, just understanding why we had to go to court. I mean, we generally have a good relationship with the city, as I understand it, collaborative, and I do know that they are changing zoning bylaws to encourage housing development and harmonize building bylaws across all the former boroughs to make it more consistent. However, this feels like that what's in this report feels like they just went ahead and did something that had significant impact on the value of our properties without asking us. And that seems out of line. So could you walk me through kind of how we got here and how we get to like what's left to make sure that we're not negatively impacted by the city's changes?
Yeah, absolutely. So through the chair, happy to answer that question. I would start up and I'm going to turn it over to Yvonne Choi, who's our Director of Land Use Planning. She's online, but I'd start out by saying that we hope that these types of things will not happen in the future. What I would say is, and this goes to, I think, you can probably look at all the reports we have up there, that we are fostering and I think a much more collaborative relationship through the TLC with respect to the work that we do with the City of Toronto and its planning department. And so we would hope through regular and ongoing dialogue with them that we mitigate against any of these types of issues going forward. That being said, I'm happy to turn it over to Yvonne Choi, who's our Director of Planning, and she can give you a more fulsome update on the report.
Great, thank you. Good evening. Through the chair, I want to echo what Ryan has said. Just by way of background, this appeal dates back to 2013. So we were talking about something that the city did more than a decade ago. So we are working quite collaboratively with the city. They have changed their position from 2013, and the settlement that was brought forward in the fall really shows a different way of thinking than in 2013. So the intent of this report, despite some of sort of the maybe the negative undertones of what was initially done in 2013, was meant to be a positive story of that more positive relationship and positive direction that we're going in. So we've resolved a good portion of our sites. We have some more complicated sites that we're continuing to work through with the city. I can't at this time go into too much detail about it because those are still part of sort of confidential mediation sessions. They are being done at a staff to staff level. So it isn't something that we are going through a contentious hearing on. It is staff to staff discussion, and then we then take it forward to the tribunal. And so far it's been by way of a settlement. So it is, as Ryan mentioned, it is sort of much more of that positive relationship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. No other trustees for first round, so we'll go to trustee Orhart.
Okay, thank you. Before getting back to PAPE, I'll just note that I want to say congratulations for all of the items in the annual report. There are several there. I was really excited about the Somali Center is one that I was very thrilled to see in there and the work that's underway. One of many in the report that I thought were very exciting to see. So thank you. So getting back to PAPE though, I think there had been a recommendation that stemmed from the TLC recommendations that have been on the screen. I don't know if I can go back up just because I think that does ease my mind somewhat that there's efforts that explicitly lists ongoing communication with Metrolinx, because my understanding is we can't alter an expropriation plan. It's guided and set out in legislation. So I don't know of anything we can specifically do except for negotiate. And I just wanted to confirm that understanding. Thank you.
Through the chair, and if I am offside in any of my comments, Jennifer's listening to me, but that you are correct. It is explicitly laid in the Expropriations Act. That being said, along with Maya and her team, Maya Pachetti and her team, I believe that we are doing, along with Metrolinx, we're having regular and ongoing open communication, making sure that they are updated on all the concerns, whether or not it's current or future by the community as well as by the TDSB with respect to this project, along with conversations with them on other projects as well. So this is something that we're trying to do more of with Metrolinx, considering that they have an interest in not only PAPE, but there's other properties that TSB owns that they have an ongoing interest in. So it's in our best interest to do that. And I believe that they know that as well for them. Yeah, I don't know if Jen, if you want to add anything, but I think that covers the question.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Through the chair, I would just also like to add that while we absolutely do not have a process for us to change the Expropriation Act, it is a sort of a completed process. We understand that there has been multiple requests that have been made to Metrolinx to ask them to adjust their construction schedule. That was done through the trustee yourself, through the TDSB chair, through TDSB and TLC staff. Unfortunately, Metrolinx has confirmed that they are not able to adjust the construction schedule, and they will need to proceed with some works during the school year. However, they have provided us assurances and will be providing very detailed plans, providing further information that can be shared with parents, explaining exactly what work is going to be happening on the school property and providing them with multiple information. So we are working through a communication, and we will have something, a future communication that can be shared with all the school parents, because we absolutely understand, the concern from them. And, we are working collaboratively with Metrolinx to improve communication, make sure that this is addressed going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. In terms of the immediate work and the need to continue to seek to work with Metrolinx, which is also a public agency, which also needs to have the public interest, which means the community at heart when it's considering its plans. I appreciate TLC and TDSB's efforts, and I appreciate the efforts of this board as a whole when we approved advocacy through the chair to request a Metrolinx delay its work until the summer. My understanding, just notionally from being in the community and seeking answers from Metrolinx as elected trustee for the area, is that we are now within a matter of weeks. The difference is a matter of weeks. And so I am hopeful that Metrolinx will continue to consider impacts on school communities as it thinks about its work over the next few weeks until we get to school graduation, knowing that we have approved a school relocation, and that it also continues to consider the childcare that will still be in the school this summer until the relocation of the childcare happens. Now, I did just want to clarify, because it's a permanent easement, because someday, maybe this project will be finished, and there will be in Ontario, there will be a sewer underneath the school and there will be a subway tunnel across from the school, but not under the school, if I understand it correctly. So there will always be a sewer underneath the school playground. Is that anything we're concerned about, that easement? Should we be worried about that? Do we have that in other areas? Could the city just come onto the property at any time? This is a question I've been asked, and so I'm just wondering what we know about that and what we think about for permanent easements, sort of if we imagine the end of the Ontario Line project, which I know we have to stretch a little for that. So thank you.
Through the chair, I'll start by saying it's a permanent easement, so that easement will exist to perpetuity. And for the second part of your question, I'll turn that over to Jen.
Thank you. Through the chair. Absolutely, the permanent easement, within the permanent easement lands, there will be a sewer below grade that is being relocated from its current location onto the school property. We certainly anticipate that there is no, regular disturbance or impacts to the school. We have asked Metrolinx, and they are providing all of those assurances that there is no impact. But certainly this is part of our ongoing negotiations because we are continuing to have conversations. We're continuing to request information. We're getting further details as they become available, and we will be sharing that information. But based on the information provided from Metrolinx, from the City of Toronto, there is no sort of expected disturbances that we are set to experience. But this is absolutely, something that is part of our concern and will be part of the final settlement, is us being able to understand and anticipate if there is any future disruption that could happen to the school playground and to the schoolyards. And that would be a matter that would be part of the overall settlement, when we do reach the final settlement.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And just on final settlement, can we expect to receive something else at this board about that settlement? I know the recommendations, and I just note for my trustee colleagues that I sent something that PAPE School Council sent to this board on its perspectives on what's needed in the discussions with Metrolinx. So just for everybody's awareness prior to our vote this evening, just wondering if we can anticipate seeing something on the final settlement, noting that PAPE Council has shared its views on what it feels should be in that settlement, which I do see are somewhat captured within what has come out of the recommendations through TLC. So thanks very much, as they did send that delegation also to TLC. Thank you.
Through the chair, you're welcome. And yes, so the final settlement with respect to the expropriation will not only go to TSB board, but it will start with the TLC board and then forward on to TSB for approval.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all my questions for PAPE and also for all the TLC items. And just to acknowledge, in case there are any that are being impacted by the Ontario Line or Metrolinx projects viewing tonight, that just while we were discussing this item was just on the PAPE expropriation. There are many, many other impacts being experienced and activities underway. And certainly it's all very top of mind and not just on a personal level, that's not being forgotten, that this is just the focus of that. And I want to really thank our entire board for all of the advocacy and efforts that are taking place to keep our broader, the Toronto Danforth community, but the broader Toronto community safe and all of our school communities safe during the enormous activity underway, not just in my community, but in others. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hart. Trustee Laskin.
I'd like to move them, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we are moving all of them together for receipt and approval as appropriate. Moved by Trustee Laskin, seconded by Trustee McLean. All those in favor? Anyone opposed?
In favor.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? Opposed? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you all. Thank you very much to TLC staff as well as the Associate Director for that report. We now move on to number 7. 7.1 is 2025 CSBA Congress and National Trustee Gathering on Indigenous Education, July 2nd to 5th in Winnipeg, Manitoba. This is to approve trustee attending the gathering, so I'll pass it to Ms. Joseph Dawes to introduce the item.
Trustees, we received a request from trustee Deborah Williams to attend the 2025 Canadian School Boards Association Congress and National Trustee Gathering on Indigenous Education in Winnipeg from July 2nd to the 5th. The information on the conference, the schedule, and registration dates are all included on Appendix A. This conference will be paid from the trustees' discretionary budget, and it's before you now for approval.
All right. Trustee Dawson, do you have any questions on this?
Through the chair. This invitation has been extended to all of us. And so if other people request approvals, like, can't we just approve sort of a blanket request tonight, or no, all of us have to come each individual? Okay.
Yeah. I think it has to be done individually.
Okay, thank you.
Because the trustees traveling needs to be named in the request as part of the requirement. But I think this is helpful with early bird timeline and stuff like that, and obviously early booking saves money. But I do think that there might be an option still to bring it back to the next round if any of the trustees are interested. Okay, if there are no other questions, can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Trustee Arts, Trustee Dawson, all those in favor?
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you, everyone. We will move on to the next one, which is 2024-2025 Climate Action Plan. I would ask the Associate Director to introduce the item.
Thank you, and through the chair, very excited to bring this report forward, and I will first turn it to Executive Officer Pachetti to introduce it. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. The 2024-25 Climate Action Report outlines the Toronto District School Board's ongoing commitment to addressing the climate crisis. Building upon previous annual reports, the document details strategic actions across 7 areas and emphasizes the importance of equity to achieve significant progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and enhancing the sustainability of school environments. The report also addresses the urgent need for climate adaptation measures to prepare for more frequent extreme weather and their impact on school communities. I would like to thank Richard Christie for his ongoing leadership and commitment to advancing this important work. I also want to acknowledge the work of the Sustainability Department staff and the contributions from many facility services staff, our caretakers, our maintenance trade staff, as well as our capital renewal and operations staff, who've all contributed and continue to contribute to this important work. And I'd also like to acknowledge Kristen Evers, who is an amazing researcher and helped to prepare this report and works directly with Senior Manager Christie. I'll now turn it over to Senior Manager Christie, who will take you through the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And through the chair, I just want to, I've been asked to point out that on page 100, there was a small correction under the highlight number 1 related to the energy pilot, that the greenhouse gas savings were actually 2,351 tons, not the 2.35 tons. Okay, so going through the presentation, if we can look at the next slide, please. I'm going to take you pretty quickly through these topic areas. We'll go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, okay, great. And in the report, we started off with just a summary of some of the more recent accomplishments. So we are reporting to the board annually, and we have some very good momentum across a broad range of topics. And I think that's one of the things that stands out. The TDSB approach, we're not kind of zeroing in on a very narrow, band of issues related to the climate crisis and climate change, but it's really a broad work from education through the operations of the school board. Next slide, please. Okay, and of course, as we emphasize in the report, and I'm sure as everyone here knows, there is growing urgency with the climate crisis that in the last 10 years have been the hottest 10 years on record. And you can see that also last year in 2024, there was a new record for the amount of insurance losses in Canada, 8.5 billion. And that's not including the 24 billion in uninsurable damages that were done in Canada last year. So that sets a new record. And the pictures highlight just some of, not all of them, but some of the bigger events in Canada last year, including the 30% of these structures that were burned to the ground in Jasper, Alberta, due to the wildfire. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so, and really I wanted to, this can get all very technical and you can get lost in the details, but I just want to bring it back to like, why are we doing this? What is this all about? And, of course, and one of the delegates spoke about this earlier today. The surveys are very clear. I think those of you that know young people, it's very clear that the climate change is weighing very heavily upon youth who understand, given their young age, that the reality is they're going to bear the brunt of climate change, not people at my age. It's going to be the young people today that are going to bear the brunt, and a lot of them know it. And of course, it's very scary when you see statements like the one on the screen here, where nearly half of youth surveys feel that humanity is doomed. When I was their age, it never occurred to me that humanity was doomed. So we're in a very different age. So, this is really why we're doing all the things that we're doing. This is why we're doing it. This is what we have in mind. Next slide. And again, to really boil it down, like TDSB has been doing this work. We've been addressing climate change for 25 years. Like this has been an ongoing project. And I would say from day one, and it continues today, it's about walking the talk. I started my career teaching grade 1, and I learned very quickly the kids don't really listen to what you say. They look at what you do. So as a teacher, you learn that. You're modeling for the kids in your class. It's very powerful. And a good school models for the kids. It's not just what the kids are told, it's what's modeled. And I would say what we're doing here, all of the work that we're doing here is walking the talk. We're walking the talk. That's what it comes down to. And I'll also just say the work that we're doing addresses the fact that we're not doomed. We're not doomed, actually. We're agents of our own destiny and our own fate. We can shape the world that we live in. And the point of changing the school board and all the ways that we're trying to change it is to show the kids we're not doomed. Okay, next slide. I wanted to put, these annual reports get really deep. And they really focus on what are we really focusing on now this year? And they go really deep, and they go deep because we're trying to change things in meaningful ways. But I think sometimes what gets lost is the bigger picture. How does this year's report fit in to the bigger picture? And I would argue that at TDSB, we have been undergoing what I would call a quiet evolution for 25 years. And I'm just going to take you through 5 examples of what I mean by that. So let's go to the next slide. So example number 1, TDSB started Eco Schools. We created it in Canada. It's actually 25 years old. We started in 2000. We launched it in our schools in 2002. And after a few years, other school boards were very interested, very curious. And basically what we did was we gave it away. We gave our intellectual property away to the other school boards, which became Ontario Eco Schools, and then eventually that became Eco Schools Canada. So Eco Schools Canada, with certified Eco Schools from coast to coast, would not exist without the work that was done here at TDSB. Next slide. So that's a quiet evolution right there. Next slide is the solar PV work. We've got 38 megawatts, solar PVs on 358 rooftops. Most of them are third-party owned. We own some of them. But I've never found another school board anywhere in the world that has anywhere near the kind of solar PV installation that we have. And these are all grid connected, feeding into the local grid. So that's another part of the quiet evolution that we are undergoing. Next slide. This is probably even less known. Literally for 30 years, staff have worked on installing what are called building automation systems in all of our schools and all of our buildings. What this really does for you is it, first of all, it allows your staff centrally, your engineers, to be able to look on their computer at any school and do some investigation with the HVAC system, et cetera. But the big thing it does is it helps you control the heat, the regulation of the heat in the building, and the operation of mechanical equipment. So really what it means is when the school is empty and no one is in there, it allows you to turn the heat down, right, in the wintertime. It allows you to turn the fans down when nobody's in the building. And so that's 30 years, literally 30 years of work that has put that very, very valuable infrastructure in place. And the reality is we would not be able to meaningfully reduce our greenhouse gas emissions without this work having been done. Next slide. So that's part of the quiet evolution. This I would also put on the table as very significant. So this is our 8th year of a really important collaboration with the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education at U of T. And this is really around teacher professional learning with research. The first bullet there where it says that it's unique in its depth, breadth, and longevity in North America, that is on the University of Toronto's website. That's what University of Toronto says about it. And we believe that to be true. So that is significant. The work that we're doing with OISE on teacher professional development is very, very significant. Next slide. And my favorite, this is my favorite, okay, trees, the quiet evolution of trees. What I'm showing you here, I have to say, when I taught this, these are my grade 2 students, 1996 at Burner Trail Public School in Scarborough. And between myself and the grade 2 students, we were like the tree planting crew. And you can see the picture on the right. So I went to Burner Trail last summer. And that tree on the right was one of those trees that we planted 28 years ago. So it's just the way, like you see the trees planted, but they grow so slowly, you don't really notice it. But these trees grow and they really change the face of the schools and of neighborhoods. And you can see the number here. We've had an explicit large tree planting program since 2007. All the trees come free from the City of Toronto, right? Because they want to get trees on the ground. And it's a great partnership we've had with them for many years. So next slide. What we're showing and what we talked about in the report is we're really ramping up our tree planting. And you can see, almost 3,000 trees in the last 2 years. And you can see all across the city. And some of the things that we're really focusing on, we talk about in the report, is we're trying to get large quantities of trees in schools that don't have very many trees. And they're often in neighborhoods that don't have very many trees, and they're often high need schools. So we're really focusing more trees in the ground where they're needed and really, again, the quiet evolution. So next slide. So digging into this a little bit, and I could talk for an hour on trees, so I'm going to discipline myself. Trees are an effective way to cool cities as the climate crisis gets worse and there's greater frequency of extreme heat. This is an issue. So tree planting is very effective. Next slide. And the other thing that we focus on in the report that we're really very interested in is this heat vulnerability index. So this is coming out of the University of Toronto. It's very new. And one of the things that it really communicates here is that heat is experienced, like extreme heat is experienced differently in different parts of the city. And it's not just the built environment. It's not just the parts of the city that have all the rooftops and all the asphalt and all the parking lots. That's true. That's part of it. They're hotter. But it's also things like, do the people that live in those communities, do they have air conditioning? They don't have air conditioning, that's a problem, right? So it's a very sophisticated index. We're starting to use it. Next slide, please. And just to give you an example, so I want to make it concrete, just one simple example. So, because really what we're doing, the reason why we're making such progress is you are probably all, or many of you are aware of the school ground revitalization work that we're doing, right? Where we're investing in school grounds that are in poor condition, particularly schools that are high need schools in poor condition. And so we have all sorts of site projects going on. And really the magic, in my view, is we're integrating tree planting as part of those projects, right? Again, free trees from the city. We're integrating them into the projects. We already have a crew there. We're already doing work there. It's efficient. One example, so Highview Public School, 57 on the LOI. You can see they are high on the heat vulnerability index, okay? But what's also very interesting here, look at where it's located. It's located right off the 401 and the 400. And we know it's very clear in the public domain, it's very well understood. There's a lot of pollution that comes off those highways, particulates. And one of the many benefits of trees is it filters particulates. So when we replaced the aging play structure at Highview, we put in 48 trees, I believe it is. I thought it was on the slide, but anyway, I think it's about 48 trees we put in there. Next slide, please. Oh, it's on this slide. 43 trees. There you go. So what I'm showing you here is this is the new playground equipment. This is taken from a drone. And you can see from above, and you can see the little trees that were planted as part of the project. But there were other trees we planted there years before. And that's the other thing we're doing. We're going, it's like you're layering and layering and layering over the years. You really see that at Highview. And again, yeah, 43 trees as part of the whole project on the whole property there. Okay, next slide. Okay, and I'm not going to dwell on this, but you know, there's very good peer-reviewed scientific evidence that shows that trees on school ground is not like kind of like a nice to have. Well, that's nice. No, this actually helps the well-being of kids. It actually helps kids, particularly at schools that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, actually do better academically. It's well established on the research. So getting large quantities of trees at schools that don't have them, in neighborhoods that don't have them, that are high needs schools, is for the kids. Again, the benefits to the kids, I would argue, is very significant. Next slide. Okay, so what I'm going to do here in this short sequence is I want to use one example from Trustee McLean's area, Dixon Grove Junior Middle School, 67 on the LOI. And what I want to illustrate here is, yeah, I've told you about some of these big pieces. Well, it's very interesting to see when they come together in an individual school. So I've made a list you can see on the right-hand slide. It was a gold eco school for many years. And I've just listed a short list. There's been other parts of our work that school has been involved in, but let's go through the slides just to show you some of the pieces and how they've come together at one individual school. So next slide. Okay, so in 2002, we put a building automation system in and we upgraded it in 2008. And then what that allowed us to do when we did our pilot that we talked about in the report where we saved 1.35 million, what it allowed us to do when we did the pilot is just, in essence, make much better use of the building automation system that was already put in place. Really better scheduling. Like a lot of the savings you're seeing there is really about turning the heat down in the middle of the night in the winter when nobody's there, right? Turning down the use of mechanical equipment when nobody's in the building, right? So just really making better use of the 30 years of investment that we made into those systems. Next slide, please. Okay, so 2017, we put a very large solar PV installation. It's owned by a third party. It's grid connected. You can see significant amount of electricity is generated every year at that school. Next slide. Now, what I want to show you is, what I want to try to show you is, I think, is a very powerful lesson. And so what I'm showing you here is I'm comparing the 2 school years on the screen there. And basically what we know is that the amount of electricity generated by those solar panels is pretty steady year to year. Like it's about 220 kilowatt hours a year of electricity we generate from the solar panels. Next slide. Now, what you're seeing here is in 2023, you can see the very large electricity consumption at that school, almost 400,000 kilowatt hours. So basically, and then what you see in 2023, 2024 is after our work with the school, big drop in electricity consumption. But the fascinating thing is that when you bring the consumption down, the solar panels on the building take up a larger proportion of the amount of electricity that's used in that building, right? And I think it's really a powerful lesson, I think, for students and the broader public that it's not just about more renewables, more renewables. No, it's about we have to look at what we're consuming. We have to bring it down. We have to be efficient. We have to eliminate waste. Next slide. Okay, and then lastly, this was one of our comprehensive renewal projects, and this is really a feature of our work on revitalizing school grounds. In high needs school, very poor condition. The school ground was in very poor condition. So we went in and we're doing a number of things here. So one of the things we're doing is we're creating a fantastic outdoor environment for the students, right? 3 areas of basketball. There's the kind of little hockey court there. You can see the trails that are there, a beautiful field, places for socializing, and then 108 trees. And the other thing that you can, I think, visually see here, again, from a drone photograph taken just a few days ago, is that we're trying to make the school grounds more permeable so that when we have those torrential rainfalls that we're getting because of the climate crisis, that we're trying to make our school grounds more permeable so that the water filters in. And, and those islands that you can see there with lots of tree planting, the water getting into those islands really helps the trees thrive. Okay, next slide. Okay, so just shifting then, I just have a few more slides to that was really the broader context. Now for this year's report, next slide. So very, very briefly on the next slide, you'll see there are 7 areas of focus. So again, I would say you will not find another school district anywhere that is doing the breadth of work that we're doing. Like that is a distinguishing feature. Some will be focused on 1 or 2 things maybe, but we're very broad. Next slide, please. And back to the puzzle analogy that I was using earlier, in this year's report, the big puzzle piece is the 20% energy reduction plan that the trustees asked us to come back with. But I also think it's an important puzzle piece is this idea of we wanted to introduce the concept of climate adaptation, right? Because we know we're going to get increasing frequency of extreme heat. We know we're going to have more increasing frequency of extreme precipitation. So this actually came from our community advisory committee. They were really good at saying, staff, you've really got to start looking more specifically at adaptation and what do we have to do to be prepared for the changes that are coming, which is really, again, in introducing the related concept of resilient schools. Next slide, please. So in terms of the 20% energy reduction plan, moving through this quickly, it's a 7-year plan. Next slide, please. We emphasize that we spend a lot of money on it, on electricity and natural gas. It's a big budget item. And the costs are going up, right? These are the estimates that our staff worked on. We had some third-party input into them. So they're going up and up. If the consumption remains the same, that's going to be a problem. Next slide. And, and this was really talked about in the report. And as I said to staff, the way I often put it is that what we're saying about the 20% reduction about energy savings is not a theory. We did a year-long pilot with about 25% of our schools. In the 1-year-long pilot, we saved $1.35 million. And that was just a start. So that tells us the energy savings are there. The money savings are there. We just have to go after them, basically. Okay, next slide. And in the 20% plan, and back to the 20% plan, you can see over the 7 years, very significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So we get that fantastic environmental benefit. Next slide. And the beauty is we get a financial payoff. There's a financial benefit, right, to reduced utility costs, basically. Okay, next slide. And again, back to this idea of climate adaptation and making schools more resilient. What I would basically say is that really what we're doing is we're naming it more, we're being more explicit about it, and it's signaling our intention to continue the work we're already doing when it comes to resiliency. Extensive tree planting, making school grounds more permeable, continuing to add cooling to school buildings. We've done a lot of that. It's detailed in the report. A lot of money's been spent already, and we want to continue with that work. And also we detail how we want to make just be more proactive on mechanical ventilation and build upon the good work that staff have already been doing in that area. So I'm going to leave it there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. We have a few trustees on the list to start. Trustee McLean, Trustee Laskin, and then Trustee Rajagopal.
Thank you. And through the chair, I want to thank Christie, Ms. Evers, the entire team, the advisory committee, Trustee Wong, who's chaired that committee for as long as I've been with the board, and they're doing, tremendous work. I will admit that, I recognize the challenges of climate change and the need to support the environment and the moral and ethical responsibility we have to our children and our grandchildren. But I'm a more enthusiastic environmentalist when there's something in it for me. So you got me when you told me that the 139 schools generated a savings of $1.3 million. So I'm really interested, and I'm going to stay there for a minute. That's a really good investment, because how many staff members that did your team did those pilot projects and were responsible for making the changes that produced that result?
So through the chair, so the bulk of that savings was done through improvements to the scheduling of building automation systems. So I have basically 2 people on my team who painstakingly have been working with school by school, caretaker by caretaker, because it has to be collaborative with the caretaker that operates the building, and basically sitting down virtually with the caretaker to agree on what schedule makes sense for that particular school. And then the schedule is set, et cetera. So basically, yes, I have had 2 people that have been working on that. And yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to own up right up front that I'm fond of hyperbole, but I'm really asking this time. I'm not trying to just make a point. How many people do you need to make that happen quicker? Like, I'm loving the return on the investment of the 2 staff and the 1 point. So I'm interested in what would it take to either give you more people or to free up current staff to hire so that you have you could make 4 members of your team do this work and have it go quicker, or 6 members and that these advancements could happen throughout our board much quicker. What would it take in terms of an investment from the board to speed this pilot and build on the successes that you're reporting here today?
So through the chair, we don't go in a lot of detail on the report, but we do mention in the report that the way I would put it here verbally is that my team are advocating for the addition of a small number of staff in order to further support our plans to reduce energy by 20%, and basically making the point that the cost of the small number of additional staff would be a very small percentage of the savings that we're anticipating. I can also say that I've had many discussions with Executive Officer Pachetti. I had the great fortune of having an excellent meeting with Associate Director Zucker on this very topic. I don't think a decision has been made, but I think there is a compelling case, and I think it's fair to say that staff are seriously considering it. So I think that is very much under consideration.
Thank you. I must admit I liked it better when it was my idea, but okay. I'm going to turn to the climate adaptation and resilient school building section. You quote that the Ministry of Environment in 2023 created this best practices, and amongst them were the fast tracking of deployment of green infrastructure into design and increasing funding to support infrastructure upgrades that enhance climate adaptation. Has that happened?
Okay. So through the chair, what I would say is that we were very intentional on putting this into the report because we wanted to find kind of an anchor in the Ontario government and the provincial government to support the direction that we want to go in terms of making our facilities more resilient. So this is a major piece of work, was spearheaded by Ministry of the Environment with other ministries involved in that. I think a very significant report. I personally have not seen really any evidence that there's much going on by way of implementation at the provincial level. But our intent for this purposes of this report was to just point out that it's not just a TDSB idea, that we think it's a good idea to, undertake climate adaptation and prepare for the future. It's actually in a significant report at the provincial level. So that was really the intent of putting it in here.
Well, thank you for that. And I do think it's a potential opportunity for advocacy for us to point out that the left hand thinks this is a really good idea and the right hand might be convinced to giving it some thought and making the investments that the right hand, that the other hand is proudly talking about. So I do think there's an opportunity there. Under the Resilient School Building Plan, you talked about gradually adding high quality mechanical ventilation and cooling to schools that do not have a mechanically ventilated classrooms. What percentage of the board do you think that describes?
Okay, through the chair, I would say it's our understanding that we have about 96 schools, if I remember correctly, that do not have mechanical ventilation in their classrooms, in any of their classrooms.
And through you, Mr. Chair, is that a 2-day job? Is that a 12-week job? Like what does that represent? Is that a summer undertaking that that can only be done during the summer, or can that be done during the 2 weeks during the winter?
So through the chair, in terms of the projects itself, yes, it's a type of project that would be best done in the summer. So there's that part of it. But one of the things that we tried to really emphasize in the report, it was a bit of a dilemma. Through the chair, it was a bit of a dilemma, right? Because on the one hand, when you look at the scale of the work that's required, both on the mechanical ventilation side and on the cooling side, you can be scared by it because there's so much, right? And our resources are so limited, and we're so constrained by the ministry and what they will approve. And so there's a big task. There are all these very real constraints that we're facing. But frankly, I think we felt there was an obligation for us to name this. We name this as an issue, and we do our best with the resources that we have and the support that we get approval for from the ministry to start the journey. Like, it's a long journey. This is going to be a long journey, but you're not going to get anywhere unless you name it and you start down the road. And the other thing I would also argue that I've seen in my career over 30 years is that when you start to do very good work, it might start slow, but once it's recognized for the value that it has, it's interesting how often more resources are given to it. So I think right now it's about starting small, doing what we can with the resources we have, what we can get approval for from the ministry, and with the idea that efforts can be increased. But I want to underline, this is a long-term project. This is not going to be solved quickly, but we have to get started on that journey. And we've done good work already. This is building on work that's already been done.
Thank you. And through the chair, I want to get back to the pilot project if I can. When your team goes in, makes improvement on a school, and then moves on, those savings that are identified, is that an annual thing? Is it like once we've gone to the school, we've made assessments, we've made improvements, our two people have eagerly gone on to the next site, do the improvements carry on annually?
Okay, through the chair, that's an excellent question. So one of the things we really emphasize in the report, and we've discussed this in very clear terms with our Joint Labor Management Environment Committee and with our operations staff. We've had extensive discussions about this. We say very clearly in the report, it's our intention to centrally schedule the building automation systems, because what we found in the pilot that we did was that my two staff would work with caretakers, do the scheduling, and they'd move from school to school to school to school to school. But then they would look back and they would say, somebody's been in and they've changed it. So you're kind of like, you're back to square one. So this is a really significant change for the TDSB, is going to be to centrally schedule the building automation systems, which basically means that, they're not vulnerable to just the work being undone. So it really locks in the savings that are achieved when you get the scheduling done properly the first time.
Okay. So I want to go to the analogy you had about the eco schools.
Trustee McLean, that's end of
Oh,
time.
sorry. I was just warming up. Yeah.
We, do you want to go back?
Please.
Okay. So we have Trustee Laskin, Trustee Rajakulasingam, Trustee Erhard, and Trustee Williams. So Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff. I had the privilege of working on that first policy back in 2000 with Richard Christie. And here we are 25 years later. He is such an invaluable member of the TDSB in his foresight and his enthusiasm. And I think we just get a little snippet of that during this presentation today. But this is one of the areas that I think I'm most proud of as a trustee in the Toronto District School Board, is the being on the edge, the real cutting edge of actually doing something about climate change within our schools to model for our students, involving our students through eco schools. And I'm just really feel my heart is bursting in a sense that this is one area that we really do excel in. And I'm right with you, Trustee McLean. More staff to do this great work will save us in the long run. And it makes a huge difference for kids. And that's the bottom line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Rajakulasingam.
Thank you, through the chair. I have to say, I think in recent times, this has to be one of my favorite reports to hear from. Mr. Christie, I can really hear the passion in your voice, and I was really interested in your presentation. I could really see the teacher in you. So thank you for walking us through the report. I learned a lot about our usage of solar PV and the building automation system you mentioned. On school visits, I often hear students talk about their school's eco school certification, and how proud they are to achieve a particular level. But I really didn't know the level of it, the extent of it until tonight, and how our board ensures we use energy more efficiently and looking at how to reduce our consumption. I really think it's important considering the age of our buildings and how we're in this losing battle with the school renewal backlog. I think your connection to the heat vulnerability index and to building more trees to help with overheating these areas is a great long-term strategy to support underserved communities, especially when they have been continuously overlooked and in need of more immediate supports. Nearly 8,000 trees over the past decades, I think, is amazing. And I look forward to paying closer attention to the trees at Burner Trail the next time I pay a visit. Recently, Burner Trail had a complete makeover of their playground. So I'm curious to see how many trees were planted there, in addition to the ones that you did as a teacher. I do have a question. I was wondering if you could share more about the schools with green roofs. In one of the one of the appendix was mentioned. I see another school of mine, Brookside, is listed there. So my question is, when you have initiatives like this, and once they're started, how often are we checking to ensure that they are working as they're supposed to?
Through the chair, yeah, that's a very good question. And one of the things we emphasized in this year's report, and we did the same last year, just to be honest with you, I think that in the earlier days with green roofs, they were put in place. They might have been looked after for the first few years through a service contract, and then I think they were basically not always maintained very well. So I am actually very proud that starting last year and continuing on, we have those green roofs under full control. That we have staff that are going up on them regularly, and there's a maintenance program for all of them. And any of the roofs that have, more extensive work that's needed because they were not looked after very well for a number of years, that they are getting that more extensive work. So I think we're in an excellent position, and yeah, I think we're in an excellent position from that point of view.
Thank you, through the chair. I think that's relieving to hear, because I know a couple of years ago on a visit to that school, we were talking about one of the green roofs, and I think it was in need of more support. But I'm looking forward to paying another trip to Brookside to see how it's doing. And Mr. Christie, while you're here, if you can just share what the purpose of the green roof is and why it's listed on those particular schools.
Through the chair, yeah, the majority of those schools are newer schools, and I think, there's the city of Toronto through their Toronto Green Standards. There's an expectation, there's a promotion, and the general benefits are to help with the urban heat island effect, right? Because when you have rooftops, you get the heat gain, the amplification of the heat in the summer. So the green roof will help you with the urban heat island effect. There's some insulation qualities, and there's also stormwater benefits as well, with the plants absorbing stormwater, et cetera. So there's a number of environmental benefits, but yeah, you're seeing them on the newer schools. And as we do newer schools going forward, that's where we see future growth in terms of the number of green roofs. It's really through new schools. It's not through retrofitting of old schools.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you again for this report.
Thank you. We have Trustee Arhat.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. I can't, through the chair, I'll look this way, but I do want to say a big thank you. This is an area of particular passion for me. The grade 4 Sarah Earhart is always thrilled to hear these reports, because this is what I would want at my school. And it would have given me a lot of hope for the future. So very sincere thank you for putting it in that context for all the kids that need a bit of hope and all of this. So thank you. I have all kinds of questions, but largely about how to scale some of the work and the funding, particularly for cooling and ventilation and energy efficiency retrofits that I think we know need to be scaled up, like LEDs, lighting transitions that we know will impact quality of life for students as well, if done well, as well as save money. And so I'm really interested to better understand what we could do with existing funding to ready for the future possibility for some larger scale retrofits, like either from an HVAC perspective or from a lighting perspective. To compare to my house, I was able to buy a furnace that was heat pump compatible and redo some of my ductwork before I could afford to completely retrofit the whole house from our 1930s boiler. So that was something we did at the home to gradually get us there. Are we able to do some of that within our funding until we see the other orders of government coming in for what I do believe is the scale that's needed, not just for TDSB, but for public buildings writ large for education? I'd love to hear thoughts on that. And also not just for boilers and heat pumps, but also for lighting to LED. Thank you.
Okay, through the chair. I guess, so it's a big question. There's a lot to that. So I think I would just, I do want to point out that we are installing heat pumps. So they're hybrid heat pump systems for air handling units that have basically ended their life. So I think a big emphasis on this report, to be very honest and be very frank, is there's a huge emphasis on how do we make use of the resources that we already have and that are available to us, right? So the air handling units at the end of their life, they need to be replaced. And, we've started the process of replacing them with hybrid heat pump systems. So they qualify for SCI funding, for the backlog. So, that's a big emphasis. We've started, on the LED lighting. It's a small start. But one of the benefits of a small start is that, you can and we're approaching it this way, the benefit is that you can really figure out your systems. Like what is your standard? What is your approach? How are you going to procure it? What kind of audits are needed? And, you know, there's just a huge benefit to starting small. Even though you want to jump in and do a lot right away, there's a benefit of actually starting small, working out the bugs, working out your system. And then, but, you know, it would be extremely helpful after we get, you know, a year or 2, 3 years kind of the bugs worked out, that, yeah, if there was a way that we could ramp up the funding for an LED lighting in particular, I think is an excellent candidate, because the quality of the savings for LED is excellent, right? Once you do the conversion, you're saving right away, and you're going to save every year going forward. So I think I'm just touching on some of your points, but hopefully that is helpful.
Okay, thanks so much. And yes, fully agree for LED. And we have seen the province and other orders of government fund large scale. So when we're at that point of readiness, I hope through our board advocacy, we can continue an advocacy to all orders of government so that we can get that to scale at some point, both for the savings, but for when done right, the improvements for the quality of student experience with good lighting as well. And so thank you so much. For the heat pumps, hybrid heat pumps is what I've heard. If there were changes to how things were funded and we hit end of life, would we want something else at this stage than hybrid? Would we be at a state where we would be going full heat pump? Is it what is the barrier? Is it funding, or is it that that's not producing what we feel works best for the schools? Thank you.
So through the chair. So yeah, basically what's meant by hybrid is that, you know, you're using the heat pump, which is very efficient, right? You know, for most of the year. But the hybrid part is that you still have a natural gas connection to the heat pump, so that when it gets very cold, so on the very, you know, modest number of days that we have where the temperature drops below a certain level, then the natural gas is used to provide the heat. So I would say that this is, you know, our engineers believe that the hybrid system is the way to go. Potentially, as the heat pump technology develops and gets better, maybe there will be a time when you don't need that natural gas connection, but our engineers are, you know, are very on board with heat pumps, but they want that natural gas option for when it gets very cold.
Okay, thank you very much. And these hybrid heat pumps, do they perform any cooling functions for those schools where they've been installed? Are they reducing? Yeah.
Through the chair, yes, they have that ability. Yes.
Okay, so that's very exciting too. And it will be great to see the results on what more might be needed from that cooling, if more is needed, and what would be needed. That's so important for us as we seek to build out a system given the temperatures that are being experienced. There's just such an overwhelming need. And so to that end, I'm going to ask quickly just about sort of where we are right now. And in summer months, we often have childcares and summer programs happening in our schools. And I've observed that despite sincere best efforts for staff, we do have challenges with insufficient cooling in childcare centers who are required to have cooling. And so I'm wondering what we can do now to better anticipate that for summer months as well. And if well anticipated, it can also support our students on the shoulder seasons for the maintenance. So wondering if there's any information on that or plans with what we currently have, if there's anything we can do in terms of maintenance, or if it's larger challenges that we've been experiencing. And thank you.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for that question, Trustee Earhart. Most of our childcares do have local air conditioning units if they are not part of a building that has central air conditioning. We do try to respond to any maintenance work that comes our way for those childcares and prioritize it, because they do need the air conditioning to work starting in the month of June. In fact, our maintenance staff are also responsible for starting the units, making sure they're in place and vented the way they should be. So that's the practice that we've had. I mean, in a perfect world, all our buildings would have central air, but that is the accommodation we've made over time with childcares and older buildings, is that they do have local air conditioning in their rooms.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm also going to ask about just how we're thinking about moving to mechanical ventilation. Any early insights on how we're going to start? So I'm here to replace that end of life. We're doing work, but that's where we already have some mechanical ventilation. Where are we seeing the opportunity to move next, knowing that it's such a big thing? And thank you.
So through the chair, so we actually have a technical team, steering committee that's working on this from different key parts of facilities. And what we've been focusing on are we have 22 schools that are single-story schools that do not have mechanical ventilation in the classrooms. So our engineers feel strongly that if we're going to start down this road, we should start with the single-story schools. So we have developed, I think, pretty extensive criteria, including LOI ranking, including the number of students in those schools. So we have a ranking system, and we do have a ranking of those 22 schools are ranked. Right now, the stage that we're at is that basically the top 10 schools are over with our engineers, and they're doing a deeper dive into the 10, and with really the goal of coming up with the first few schools where the intent is to add mechanical ventilation with cooling as the first pilot schools through that program.
Okay, thank you very much. It's appreciated, and I'm hopeful that the experience of the city, as it's made advancements in many of its heritage buildings in cooling, could be helpful for us, as I know it's been work that they've been doing for some years now, because they've had the funding to do it, or more so than us. And I just want to congratulate, I'm almost out of time. I might go back on the list then if there's others with questions, just for short. And thanks very much to everyone for your patience. Take care.
Thank you, Trustee Ahad. Trustee Williams, followed by Trustee King.
Can I have this mic? Thank you. Through the chair, I want to start off by thanking Richard Christie and his team for all of this amazing work that I've witnessed over many years. The report is very substantial and covers a lot. I won't go over what's already been mentioned. I also want to appreciate the responsiveness of Richard Christie and his team. I'm going to look at the part of the report that speaks to resilient school buildings, and just, acknowledge and very grateful for the responsiveness in including that and moving forward with that work. I know, like, everything is starting with the pilots and moving outwards. And I add my advocacy and support of building the team to accelerate that work. Around the school, resilient school buildings, as the work is progressing, is there data collection being done along the way? In particular, with the extreme heat events that we've had in recent years, and our buildings being so old, an average of 60-year-old buildings across our system. And the challenges with cooling those older buildings. Is there any data collection being done? The pilots are rolling out, the improvements are happening in the pilots, But in those older schools, you know, the example of the childcare having an air conditioning unit, I've seen it with my own eyes. Yes, the childcare has a air conditioning, but the summer camp in one of our classrooms is, you know, boiling hot. The data collection along the way in the summer during the school year in those buildings that have the challenges, maybe it could help with the advocacy. The data I'm looking at, you know, hoping to see the impact on attendance in those extreme summer months. You know, just some of that data that might be helpful in the advocacy. The second part of this is maybe some mitigation for the extreme heat that's happening in some of our classrooms and buildings. That would be expensive to put additional cooling in. You know, we have the cooling centers in the library and the office. The rest of the classrooms are hot. Things like solar shades. You know, I don't know like what kind of expense that would involve, but it would go a long way, and maybe that would be a way of starting to cool those spaces. They're more energy efficient. You know, that's just one example. So if you could speak to the data collection and some of those interim mitigation kind of strategies.
So through the chair, so I'll say a couple of things about data. So one I'll start with is just to say that our engineering team has spent a lot of time, a significant amount of time, just really nailing down just, you know, very good data and floor plans on where do we have cooling, what kind of cooling, where is it, where do we don't have it. So just our own planning purposes and you know, like there's been a lot of good work I think that's happened in terms of the impact on students and data and research. So Kristen Evers, who's with me here today, she actually has done research on that. So we've been looking into the literature and I think has some good material. And we have been in discussions with the research team and talking about collaborating on looking at some of those things. And we've taken a kind of a very initial look at, you know, when you look at heat waves and attendance, we have looked at it. I think what partly makes it difficult, at least for us, is that, you know, June is often when you hit those heat waves. And I think already you see a decline in student enrollment in June. You know what I mean? I think there is a bit of a petering out that appears to happen. So, you know, we've taken a look at it, but the research team has expressed an interest in working with us more on that and looking at that in a deeper way.
Okay, thank you, and through the chair. You know, and just like staff attendance included in that data as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee King.
Through you, Chair, to staff, thank you as well for a really, really great report. I just have one question, and it's around communications. So we heard about the high level of anxiety that students have around climate crisis, climate change. That's not new. I'm not hearing it for the first time here. I think that's been pretty consistent. If you've been following any kind of mental health surveys over the last couple of years, that consistently ranks high. We've also heard from the adults in the room about the hope. There's so much hope in all the positive forward-thinking work that's within this report. So my question is, if and how are we sharing this with students so they can also be reassured and excited about the leading work that we are doing as a board? And I'm thinking about different scenarios. So in an eco school, I imagine students are very aware of what's happening within their own community. They might be hearing about the results over the year. They might be tapped into some information coming from Eco Schools Canada. But especially for students that aren't part of an eco school, where this isn't part of the kind of the daily or monthly or something happening in front of their faces that they have hands on, how do the rest of them get to hear that we are on the forefront of this important work happening?
So through the chair, I think you put your finger on a challenge, right? Like Dixon Grove's a good example of the school that I showed tonight, right? I was able to dig into it and able to see all these positive things that have impacted that one particular school. So I think you put your finger on an important challenge. I mean, there are things that, we do. As just one example, it happens to be this week, 4 days in a row, we have full days of middle school conferences, environment conferences. We're doing it down at Downsview Park with the staff there. My staff are doing it with their staff. So, and it's really about getting kids together and, energizing them and focusing on positive things and leadership, et cetera. So there is work that we're doing. The one thing that I will say, it's still in its fairly early stages, but I think is promising. So I have one instructional leader on my team, centrally assigned teacher. She's a high school teacher. And one of the things that she's working on also with my manager of facilities digital transformation, which I have on my team. And those two are really working on, we've got a very sophisticated, we call it TDSP property maps. We have a very sophisticated district, GIS property map system. And really the concept is how do we through GIS, really in a very visual, animated way that it brings this all alive. You know what I mean? So you can see, the way I visualize it is you can literally see the board kind of being lit up. Like one layer is the trees and one layer is the solar panels and one layer are all the schools that have saved 20% on their energy. And so that's kind of the vision. We're working on it. And I'm not sure that's going to solve the whole problem, but all I can say is I think you're putting your finger on an important thing. I'm not sure there's a really easy solution, but we do work on it. We try to chip away at it.
Through the chair, as a follow-up, with the 4-day conference, can you just share a bit about how many schools, how many students does that reach? What does it take to accomplish that 4 days?
Okay, good. Through the chair, good question. So I may not have this exactly right. So from memory, I think we're looking at something like 12 schools a day. They would bring down, 10 students each with their teacher in that ballpark. So we would do that. We do that 4 times. So let's say 50 schools. We're talking about 50 schools, maybe more. Again, it's basically all day. We do it in collaboration with Downsview Park. So we get the facility for free. Their staff helped with the animation and working with the students, with my staff. So it's cost effective. And there's a lot of, there's a big emphasis with students at that age of really hands-on, they get them outside and it's very hands-on, very practical, pragmatic, and with the intent of being energizing, et cetera.
Thank you for sharing. I can just visualize in Downsview Park, the expanse of green space there and them just filling it up. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Seeing no more speakers for the first round, I have Trustee McLean and Trustee Earhart for second round.
Thank you, and through the chair. I noticed in the report you shared that we have 8 electric vans. How do they do in the winter? Like there's a concern, I know. How will they, is our climate, because BC's and there's other jurisdictions that are, much further ahead and using more, but then the concern is, will they hold up to the Canadian winter?
So through the chair, it's a good question, and I'm very pleased to report that our staff that use those vans, and we're talking various tradespeople, the reports I get back is they're very happy with them. And I think to be fair, like the reality for us is that our maintenance, our, construction trades that are using these vehicles, they're not really putting a ton of mileage on them every day. So there's never an issue with the batteries being run down, even in the middle of winter, right? Because they've got plenty of range. But again, realistically given, they're not driving 500 kilometers a day, right? So they're holding up very well. And so I think the staff on the ground, the tradespeople that are using them, the reports I'm getting back are very, very positive. There are no issues, no concerns.
Okay, well, I'll follow up then on, because in the report you shared that, I think $1,200, is there maintenance savings as well? Like, are we trying to, like, I remember when the light bulb came in and the new environmental light, and, they cost a whole lot more. So everybody just, lost their minds for a minute. And then they proved that, over time, they save you a lot. So you're doing this good environmental thing, and over time, you're saving the money. So, and I know that there's a big, that the electric vehicles cost more upfront. Everyone understands that that's the case. And, we're building the network, and the network will explode in the decades to come about charging stations and being more available and whatnot. But are there jurisdictions that have more vehicles making the case around these are actually cheaper in the long run if you get 15, 18, 20, however many years you get out of them, and you compare it to the traditional gas vehicle, that these are actually the better way. This is not, if you can get over the sticker price on the front and you take the long view, this is actually a good monetary purchase.
So through the chair, I think what I would say, without getting too lost in the weeds, but the TDSB approved its first climate action plan in 2010. Okay, way ahead of the curve. And one of the things that was achieved in that report was the creation of an environmental legacy fund. And the idea being, we own 12 of the solar PV projects we have on our schools. We own them. And they're part of the feed-in tariff program. We earn good income from those solar installations on those schools over a 20-year contract. So that money goes into the Environmental Legacy Fund. We were very successful a number of years ago selling carbon credits on the voluntary carbon market. We made good amount of money. We're also doing well on utility incentives and rebates now. The money's going into the Environmental Legacy Fund. So one of the benefits, in my view, is that what we've done with the vehicles we own, the vehicles that we own, is that there was a premium, but the premium was paid by the Environmental Legacy Fund. So it was not paid out of the operating budget, right? It was paid out of money we earned from the solar panels, as an example, okay? So there was no additional cost on the operating budget, and you're getting two savings. You're getting the fuel savings, which is a savings to the operating budget. And I would argue, although our staff, they caution me it's early days, but we anticipate the maintenance costs are far lower. There's no oil to change. There's, far less moving parts in these vehicles. Like, our staff believe that over time, there'll be significant maintenance savings, but the staff that have oversight of this just caution me. We've only had these for a few years now. We've got to wait and see in reality, what is it like on the maintenance side. But I think given the creativity that we're exercising, those vehicles are saving the board money on its operating budget. And, our intent is to gradually add these vehicles every year as we can, as we go out and procure, et cetera, right? The game plan is to gradually add them over time.
Okay, well, I guess my question out of the response becomes, through you, Chair, is the fund not have enough money? Like, we have 8. So is there not enough money in the fund to afford the difference that we could have 10 or we could have 18? Or I guess, given the response, I'm not understanding why we own 8.
So through the chair, we didn't buy any last year because there was no money for the procurement of new vehicles, right? This is budget issues. So, my understanding, the last I understood from our senior manager that looks after this, is there is some funding for new vehicles. So the game plan for this year, the game plan is the same as we used before. So I think they have like $1 million budget. So they're going to go to the market. Some of the vehicles they get are going to be electric. There's going to be a premium, and we'll pay the premium through the Environmental Legacy Fund. So I think it's partly funding constraint, but it also, I think, is just partly staff being cautious, right? We want to proceed cautiously, right? We don't want to be any nasty surprises, like your first question about, are they holding up? Are they doing what they're supposed to do, right? So I think we're intentionally trying to just take this incrementally, and hopefully we'll get to a day where we can ramp it up even more.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, we often, well, I'll go back to the analogy you made with the eco schools that, 25 years ago, we started it, became Ontario, now it's Canada. This work that's happening in this pilot project you're doing and the savings that it generated, does it have the potential to go beyond what we're doing here and have others benefit from the success that they're seeing, and that this will grow exponentially in big urban areas like ours and different school boards throughout, the province and ultimately the country?
So through the chair, so I'd say a couple of things. So what my colleagues at University of Toronto say, the folks that were doing the teacher professional development, that collaboration, they tell me that, universities all over Canada and in North America look at what we're doing with the University of Toronto and they're just blown away. So they are looking at that as as one example in terms of teacher professional development. I would also say that, there was a study that came out a couple of years ago that looked at all Canadian school districts and who in Canada, what school boards are doing climate action plans. Well, guess what? There's like 4. And we're one of them, obviously, and we're doing them every year. So we're leading there. And we're also working with a collaborative, an Ontario collaborative, Ontario Sustainable Schools, I think it's called, where it's basically focusing on energy consumption and building in Ontario schools. Ian Jarvis is one of the engineers that oversees that work. And, a lot of what we say in the report, the benchmarking with the other school districts, it comes from our work with that group provincially. And I think, I think they really honestly looked like, I think it would be fair to say they see that we're on the move. TDSB is on the move. And what makes it exciting is we're so big. It's not a little school district with 50 schools that's doing good stuff. That's great, but we've got like 580 schools and we're on the move. So I think it's going to be very noticeable that the improvements over time are going to be very noticeable.
Thank you. And my last question through you, Chair. Can you teach us a little bit about the camp and the teaching camps that you run? How many teachers are using it? Is it how is it funded? Is it expensive for teachers to go? Is the cost a burden? Just to get a sense of how the success of that is going.
So through the chair. So the climate camp that we featured in the report is part of our collaboration with OISE at U of T. And last year was our first year. We're doing another one this year. We're going to, we have a third one planned. About 80 to 90 staff come. They're mostly teachers. I think there's some early childhood educators that come. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, it's 4 days at Monocliffs. So they stay overnight. The teachers themselves, the participants themselves, I believe they're asked to contribute a little bit of money because it kind of solidifies their commitment. But basically it's funded through the collaboration we have with the U of T, and that is coming from the Environmental Legacy Fund. So we're selling solar energy, getting income, going into the legacy fund, and that goes right, plus the carbon credit money, plus it's, and so we're able to use the Environmental Legacy Fund not just for electric vehicles to help with that, but also for teacher professional development, right? So that's how it's being done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations to the team. I'm good.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Trustee Erhard.
Thanks, and thanks very much to the committee. I had a few more questions. One was around our drainage and stormwater, but first to trees, because it's related to trees. I'm so happy to hear around all of our success with trees. Trees are such an important adaptation and mitigation. They're one of the most, they're the double whammy of taking action on climate change and provide such great mental health benefits. I'm also, we received such great information last year around the types of species, the focus on Indigenous and significant cultural tree species. I've seen that happen in communities when I'm visiting schools. I've been very impressed by the tree care. I served on the tree committee of the City of Ottawa, so it's an area I take great interest in, is the tree maintenance. My only request, as staff are aware, is that we're mindful of our usage of road salt in proximity to our trees. And as we evolve with more trees on our school property, while we also want to reduce the risk of slip and falls, we definitely need to find a balance with a toxic like road salt in the vicinity of our very important trees. The other thing that will happen with trees is that sometimes leaves will fall, branches will fall, and a very major issue with climate change is that we're experiencing more pronounced heavy rainfalls where we experience increased debris, which clogs stormwater drains, which we really need to be clear as all this rainwater comes down. So we've seen this very recently, and I anticipate, while it's very important to enhance our greenscape, I anticipate we will continue to experience challenges with debris and stormwater drains. So I wanted to ask, just like our green roofs, what are we thinking about for our stormwater drains? Not just the need for significant updates to drainage systems, but the ongoing maintenance and clearance. I've observed some changes to the designs, but also just thinking about the debris over time and what that means in those very fast storms. Thank you.
So through the chair, I think what I would say is that so we are, of course, aware of the plugging up of the catch basins. And one of the things that we made a decision a number of years ago, often it's the wood chips. Like the standard for our play structures as a safety surfacing was basically wood chips for many years. 3-4 years or so ago, we've changed that standard. We now use something that's called fiber weave, which is shredded wood that really knits together very well. And what we find is that it doesn't move around nearly as much. And like with the wood chips as an example, when you had a heavy rain, they would float and they would often float down into the catch basin. Fiber weave doesn't do that. So I think there are some of these material changes. I would also say that, with the revitalization of school grounds, like when we put in a new play structure because one is at, the end of its life and needs to be replaced, as an example, is I think there's just better care on the design, right? So that, again, you're not having a lot of these wood chips end up in the catch basin. So I think there are things that we're doing proactively. When we do a site project now, that there is all the lines are flushed and scoped, right? So just as we're doing a site project, that if there are issues with tree roots or whatever that's plugging it up, we're now aware of it, so that as part of the project, that can be rectified. So this is very systematic. It's very deliberate. And the last thing I would say is that, I do have some, I feel very good about this, and I'll use Ossington Orchard as an example. There was chronic, flooding at that school for many years. They would call it Lake Oops. And we did a really significant and excellent project on that site. And it was a lot of work. The contractor had to dig a big hole, but they rebuilt the underground piping and, it solved the problem. So we are trying to solve some of these chronic problems that we're aware of.
Okay, thank you very much. And while I know the kids love naming the lakes, it is very exciting to hear that we are starting to work systematically to address them. So thank you. I did for a bit want to speak about ventilation work with resilience. I was thrilled to see that here. There is much about ventilation that is about public health, but there are some real co-benefits and efficiencies to seeing it as part of climate adaptation, not just like from a policy perspective, but just operationally, practically, because we're dealing with mechanical ventilation in a long-term vision. And so I'm very happy to see that here. And I want to sincerely thank people for the efforts in that. I do want to hear, I've got so much I want to ask about it. I think community continues to ask about our immediate efforts. And given that there is no large scale funding to scale up the efforts to achieve more mechanical ventilation at a faster pace, some communities, it seems to me that some communities will have HEPA filters in classrooms as their ventilation option besides windows for a number of years to come without scale up from other orders of government to signify their commitment to this issue. So I'm wondering what that means for the current HEPA filters or the current HEPA units. If there's any plans within the SCI funding here to look at any updates to any of the existing systems or how that's being considered in this. And thank you.
Thank you very much. So as trustees may recall, many reports have been written about the amount of HEPA units that were provided to our schools. There are 17,000 HEPA units distributed throughout our school. We have not heard any change in directive or guideline from the ministry about HEPAs. In fact, we actually do go above what the ministry calls for in that we have provided them in every classroom, resource room, et cetera, regardless of whether or not there is mechanical ventilation. At some point, the ministry may say that they will no longer support or provide additional funding to boards to support having HEPA filters in mechanically ventilated spaces. But for the time being, we intend to keep them in those schools and to support them in the schools. So I don't really have much more of an update other than it's going to continue for the immediate future.
Okay, thank you. And I would think that like what we've heard through the chairs for electric vehicles, where we're taking it slow, we're learning because we want to think about the batteries. We want to know what that means for maintenance and how long we can get. There's so much we need to think about. We didn't have the luxury of that in the pandemic. And so we have a significant number of the same type of unit. Is there anything that we're envisioning in these years to better understand or to pilot any other units or models or numbers and spaces? Is there anything we can do in that space as we continue, which I think is incredibly important, moves to enhance mechanical ventilation in our schools? And thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, we haven't really looked at changing the HEPA filter units at this point because they still have a life left to them. We did receive some other types of HEPA units from the ministry, and they are still out there. We didn't receive that many compared to all the Austin units that we had purchased, but we do have 2 types out there. But we haven't been looking at changing the type at this point because, in effect, we've provided 1 per classroom and they are still functioning and operating the way they should.
Okay, thank you. Now, the last thing I wanted to ask
Trustee
about.
Gerhart, time was up with
Okay.
your last question.
I had one last question. Should I go back on the list? Are people willing?
I don't see anybody else, so you want to finish your questions? No worries.
I want to thank the board for your patience. I hope there are others who are also interested in some of these questions. So thank you for your time. My last question is about portables. We have a number of portables across the TDSB system. It's very important that they be beautiful and wonderful spaces as best as they can be where they have to be used. And so I'm wondering what we're thinking about for energy efficiency as well as ventilation, and how we're thinking about portables in the context of climate mitigation and adaptation, and having those as like energy efficient spaces, but also the best spaces they can be. Thank you.
Through the chair. So I can say that I often hear this question from Executive Officer Puchetti, who asked staff the same question. So we do have an HVAC steering committee with staff, key senior staff from the various parts of facilities. And the executive officer does raise it regularly. I don't think we have the solutions at this point, but it's on our radar, and we know it's one of the things that we have to address.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, I really appreciate the efforts of the report, but also just the efforts over all of the years to take significant actions in this space. It's wonderful to see. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Erhard. I don't see any other questions, comments. So can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Trustee King, Trustee Williams, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. So we are on the last item in public, and then there is a private item as well, just a reminder to trustees. 7.3 accommodations for students from new residential developments at 20 and 22 Dawes Road and 286 Main Street, 6 Dawes Road. So Associate Director, would you like to introduce the item?
Thank you. And through the chair, I would like to thank System Officer Castaldo for his patience, and I will turn it to him to present the report.
Thanks, Associate Director. Good evening, everybody. It's a little bit late. I'll try to be brief. Hopefully I could be half as passionate as Richard. I will do my best. But through the chair, the recommendations before you tonight, they're intended to address accommodation pressures at Secord Elementary School, and we are proposing to redirect to residential developments to another school outside of the area. We are seeking approval to designate Gled Hill Junior Public School as the elementary school for students residing in these future developments. There are 2 developments, one at 6 Dawes Road and one at 20 to 22 Dawes Road, and they're currently located in the attendance area of Secord Elementary School. That's in TDSB Ward 16. And as you're all likely aware, Secord is quite a full school, does not have space to accommodate future students who will be living at these developments. It serves students in JK to 5. It has a utilization rate of 122%. There are nearly 800 students enrolled at that school. It's projected to increase to over 900 students over the next 10 years. We do have an aging 12-unit porta-pack on the site, as well as one standalone portable. And we have proposed that we build a larger replacement school on that property. And that was one of our top capital priorities, and likely will be at the next opportunity. We did look at attendance boundaries in this part of the city last year. The board did approve changes to attendance boundaries, and the recommendation tonight, it's here to really complement those boundary changes by mitigating further growth at Secord. The developments in question, there are 2 condo buildings, 3 rental buildings. We're talking about 1,500 new residential units. There is a map in your agenda package, and that's on page 138. We are anticipating about 70 students to reside in these developments at full occupancy. And again, we are recommending they be assigned to Gled Hill. That is a school within walking distance. There is no transportation required for these students. So the impact of the redirection, it's illustrated in Appendix B. That's on page 139 of your agenda package. Gled Hill is currently 76% utilized. It is projected to grow. There is some growth within that school's attendance area up to approximately 88% by 2034. And if these recommendations are approved, they will fill up the school to 100%. But again, these are redirections that are intended to be interim in nature until we are able to build that larger replacement school on the site. So we are not recommending any changes to the middle or secondary pathways for these addresses. They remain intact. We did run a local feasibility exercise. The local trustees, superintendent, and principals were all involved. They all support the recommendations before you, and I'd like to thank them for their involvement in the process. So that concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustee Arts.
I'm going to stand. So I just want to say thank you to staff and on the planning team, and also local staff for their participation and input. As we heard tonight from Farmer Councillor Davis, this area is one of the provinces and cities' residential intensification areas. So this is just the tip of the iceberg of the developments that are coming to Maine and Danforth. It is a transit hub, and we do need the housing, but Secord is over capacity. Most nearby schools are at or over capacity. Gledhill has a little bit of space to take these buildings. But I'm really hoping that we get the new build at Secord, because once Gledhill's full, I don't know what we're going to do, because honestly, just to the south of this, the school there is 125% capacity. Everything south of the Danforth is all over. So I'm not sure where we put students next. But thank you very much for this work. The housing development is badly needed. I just hope the province steps up to meet the needs across our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Any other trustees to speak on this item? Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the item? Trustee Arts, Trustee McLean, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That's carried. I think the last item we have is in private, so can I have a mover and a seconder to go in camera for that discussion? Trustee Williams, Trustee Dawson, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Associate Director just stepped out. I will need to know who needs to be in the room. I don't. Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, TLC staff are about to. They'll be here in about 10 seconds. They're just coming back in from the other room.
Who is staying in for this one?
I think anybody who's here can stay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Trustee Patel will continue to chair the meeting.